about culture and museums, but not only that, it also offers amazing architecture where 19th century classicism goes side by side with constructivism and the 20th century buildings, and they are so harmoniously intertwined that it's a good sight for your eyes. Izhevsk is a place of great spirit and rich history, and it offers many reasons to be amazed, and many discoveries are to be made. Today, here in this hall we have journalists as well as students of international studies from the Udmurt State University and the pupils from the local Harmony School. I'm glad to welcome everyone here today. And since we're talking about strength and distinctive features of the Udmurt Republic, I must say that I've read a lot and heard a lot, and now I've also seen it myself. The Udmurt Republic has a great strength of true, genuine patriotism. I talked about some manifestations of it, and today I saw one another. The first ones to receive me here were those who are starting a Georgian ribbon marathon. The ribbon of St. George from the Udmurt Republic will accompany me at all events this year, and I will definitely wear it on my heart during the next briefing. On April 22nd, the annual all-Russian event, the Ribbon of St. George, started this year. It will last until the 9th of May, and this year, thanks to the volunteers of Victory, millions of ribbons will be distributed among the citizens and our compatriots living abroad. Let me remind you how it all started. It started in 2005, when journalists of RIA News Agency, our colleagues, launched this initiative. Essentially, it was a private, civilian initiative. They just came up with an idea. Since the image of the ribbon is important, why not turn it into a physical symbol to make sure it can be gifted, it can be placed on your clothing, to turn it into a material symbol of our victory. Let me share a brief history about the first time I saw this. Back in 2005, when I first saw these ribbons made by RIA News Agency, I contacted them. I was a very young diplomat of the Foreign Ministry back then. I didn't have any leadership role. I was an ordinary diplomat, and I asked them, where can I get these? I said I wanted to bring them to the United States of America, where I was assigned back then. I wanted to organize an exhibition for the Victory Day in 2005 at the UN headquarters, and I said I wanted to distribute these ribbons for everyone. So they thought and said, okay, we will give them to you. So these were the first steps of exporting this ribbon all over the world, and now it is a great tradition which has truly become a unifying tradition for all the people. And in 2026, despite the bans and persecution, the event will take place in over 30 countries of the world, in Algeria, Panama, India, Panama, Qatar, Egypt, Transnistria, the CIS countries, Middle East, Africa, Latin America, Asia-Pacific region, even the countries with so-called unfriendly regimes. The event will take place on the basis of our embassies, the Russian houses. In the year when the event turns 18, the organizers are planning to distribute 21 million ribbons, and volunteers are involved on 8,000 spots, including the territories in the far north. I would like to say that the ribbon of St. George is the holy symbol of victory, the victory over Nazism and fascism, and a symbol of heroism and courage of our ancestors, of our compatriots. Not in an aggressive way, but in defense of their motherland. Millions of people in Russia and outside of it see it as a symbol of respect for the fallen, respect for the veterans, respect for our ancestors, and a link to our generations. This is a symbol of courage and peace. Take a look at the aggression that our enemies show towards the ribbon. How can this small object harm them? How is it dangerous to them? Does it carry any disrespect? Quite the opposite. And still, they show such aggressive hatred for it. What does it look like? What can we compare this to? I think this is like holy water. It does no harm, but as soon as it touches something evil, it starts hissing and crawling away. So I thank everyone from the Udmurt Republic for what you're doing, for your wish to share something about your region, for gifting me this ribbon, and for telling me how this event will be celebrated in the Udmurt Republic. And I think I will hear a lot more today. I have great plans, and we have a tradition to talk about international and inter-regional links, and the special features and cultural traditions. So, in the beginning, I've made quite an emotional speech, but now I'd like to proceed to the figures and facts. The Udmurt Republic is a dynamically developing subject of the Russian Federation with a high-tech economy, building its external relations, taking into account closer cooperation with friendly states. I would like to remind you that the region successfully cooperates with more than 85 countries of the world. What are the priority partners of the Udmurt Republic? These are the CIS countries, the Middle East, Africa, and the Asia-Pacific region. For the 9 months of last year, 2025, trade turnover increased compared to the same period in 2024 by 12.6%, amounting to $576.2 million. The main export deliveries are carried out to Kazakhstan, 28.2%, Belarus 20.6%, Turkey 15.2%. Trade positions are dominated by machinery, equipment and vehicles, metals and products from them, wood and pulp and paper products, food and agricultural raw materials. The Republic imports the most goods from China, 67.4%, Belarus 10.5%, and the United States 5%. The development of Udmurtia's foreign trade and economic ties is based on 14 cooperation agreements. Partners include regions of Belarus, Kazakhstan, China, Uzbekistan, and South Africa. Udmurtia is actively expanding the geography of contacts in 2025. Working visits of Deputy Prime Minister to Kazakhstan took place and to Belarus. Udmurtia delegations visited Bahrain, Kazakhstan, the UAE, Saudi Arabia and Uzbekistan with business missions. The region was visited by delegations of entrepreneurs from Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, China, Mongolia and Turkey. This year, business trips are planned to Belarus, Vietnam, India, Indonesia, the UAE and Uzbekistan. As I said, but let me get back to that again, the Udmurt Republic is a regional region that attracts guests with amazing picturesque nature, ancient customs, unique history, and rich culture. On its territory there are more than 2,000 objects of cultural and historical heritage and natural sites. Once again, 2,000. This is about building the tourism routes and sightseeing events. Our people enjoy traveling, and I think tourism is one of our good traditions. In Udmurtia, you will enjoy 2,000 objects of cultural and historical heritage and natural sites. There are 7 theaters, 42 museums, 552 so-called cultural and leisure institutions, but you understand what we're talking about in this bureaucratic language. And the gastronomic sites are also here. The variety of tourist resources provides opportunities for the development of popular tourism destinations, cultural and educational, gastronomic, once again, and other different types of activity. And the Republic also develops ecological tourism, offering unique routes through protected areas and national parks. Udmurtia's tourist complex consists of almost 2,000 objects of various purposes, many of which are connected with the life and work of world-famous personalities, like the museum estate of Pyotr Tchaikovsky in Votkinsk, the museum and exhibition complex named after Mikhail Kalashnikov, a unique collection of small arms of the Izhevsk plant, architectural monuments of the merchant city of Sarapul, and the State Zoo of Udmurtia, one of the largest in Russia. Unfortunately, I won't have an opportunity to visit all of it, but I have good plans. And ethnographic tourism deserves a separate mention as one of the most demanded. Among the landmark objects are the Architectural and Ethnographic Museum Reserve Ludervai, the Center of National Culture, the Center of Udmurt Culture, Mugi, the Historical and Cultural Park, Dondidor. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. Dondidor, am I right? Yes, that's right. I had help here. And we're not just talking about static objects and sites. They are also actively involved in various events, festivities, festivals, conferences. Annually, the Republic holds the music festival called in the homeland of Tchaikovsky, the theater festival Tukfest, the International Festival of Circus Arts, Finno-Ugric ethnic cultural festivals aimed at preserving the original culture of the Udmurt and kindred peoples, including the International Festival of Finno-Ugric Cuisine, Big, the festival Fairy Tale Heroes in the homeland of Tolbabai, Kurtfest, Vorshut, and Palizian. I would like to say that you must come here to enjoy all of that. I was also well aware of the local cuisine, since Udmurtia takes active participation in different events in other regions, and most importantly, the birthplace of pelmeni, the Russian dumplings. Many are contesting this title. I am aware of the great competition that we have with the Chinese, but still, Udmurtia wins the competition as the birthplace of dumplings, and annually, the All-Russian Gastronomic Festival World Dumpling Day takes place here, gathering professional chefs, the dumpling professionals from many regions of the country, from the Arctic to Kamchatka, and tens of thousands of visitors. During the week, guests can try various variants of pelmeni, attend master classes of making dumplings of different peoples and regions of Russia, and participate in cultural program events. You may plan your visit here accordingly.
Right now, I would like to say a couple of words, not about Udmurt, but about the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in this context. The Ministry supports all the regions, and Udmurtia as well, along with the business community, to expand business ties, expand cultural ties, and renders all practical support via Izhevsk mission of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and we are ready to continue our close cooperation. I think, since I see a lot of mass media of Udmurtia, and we will come back to this topic soon. And right now, let me switch to our international agenda, and let me start by the schedule of our Foreign Minister, Sergei Lavrov. On the 27th of April, the lobby hall of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will host an exhibition dedicated to the 100th of diplomatic relations between Russia and Saudi Arabia. Welcoming remarks will be given by our Foreign Minister, Sergei Lavrov. The event will be attended by ambassadors from the Arab states, the academic community and expert community, and parliamentarians. The exposition will represent photos and copies of documents of the archive of the Foreign Service and the National Archive of the gift of King Abdulaziz, dedicated to the history between the two states, which were founded in February 1926. And between the 29th to 30th April, Sergei Lavrov will visit Astana, will meet the President of Kazakhstan and the Foreign Minister. They will talk about strengthening relations, bilateral relations of strategic partnership and alliance in terms of the top-level contacts. They will discuss bilateral agenda, as well as how to deepen trade, economic, cultural ties, interaction on the integrational forums. This is EEU, CSTO, CIS, and the ministers will check their notes, compare their notes on the regional agenda, as say diplomats on the relevant international issues. Now let's switch to international agenda and geopolitical processes. So, situation in Ukraine. The Kiev neo-Nazi regime continues massive terrorist attacks against civilians, civilian infrastructure. Over the past week, the drones killed about 130 civilians. 10 of them, including one child, died. At least 120 people, including 7 children, were injured. And the international community allegedly concerns about the destiny of the children, that they adopt resolutions, declarations, and it comes out they don't see the real situation on the ground. And let me cite you a couple of examples. In Belgorod region, from April 15th, 22nd, 10 people were killed. About 10 were injured, among whom a 10-year-old girl. Bryansk region, on the April 18th, the drone on the passenger car, and the operators knew that this is a passenger car bus going to Chernookova village. So a woman was killed, another one was injured. On April 18th to 19th, various residential units suffered from drones, killing one, and this was in Bryansk. On the 20th of April in Kurkovichy settlement, a woman was killed by a mine, Lepestok mine, which the Kiev regime deploys everywhere to kill civilians. And these are discriminate attacks. DPR, from the 14th and 17th April, the drones killed 5 people and injured 5 people, including a girl. On the 15th of April, Ukrainian attacked the passenger bus in Korlovka, killing 3 people. The Zaporozhye region, the drone killed in Dnepro-Rudne and injured a 15-year-old girl. Krasnodar region, 16th and 20th April, night strikes of Ukrainian drones in Tuapse killed 3 civilians, including a 14-year girl. 5 of them were injured, including 1 child. Residential homes and social infrastructure were damaged, and no one hears the news. And there is no word in the Western mass media about these events. Not even the press releases of the European Union, of the Parliamentary Assembly. No word in the statements of the chefs of the European diplomacy. And now, sometimes I recall Vladimir Solovyov, which has a strong word on these in these events, talking about this misanthropic community, and I'm talking about the West minority. They turn a blind eye on everything. At the same time, they are being offended, being charged by funding the terrorist regime. They don't like it. So the Western elite supplies, make direct supplies and I'm talking about Paris, Rome, and other EU countries. It is you who supply to the Kiev regime money, funds, equipment, intelligence. You welcome Zelensky and his underlings for the simple fact that they kill people, that they attack civilian infrastructure. So we can't choose words in order not to offend you. No, that's the truth. That's what you are called like. Because you are using money and rearm and use political resources in order to support terrorists. And that's our perspective. All those who are deliberately killing children, women, civilians, bus stops and hospitals, kindergartens and maternity houses, all these are terrorists. It's not about hostilities in defense. They not defend their population. They called their own population as subhumans and then switched to the population of some other countries. So that's the right wording for all those who sponsor terrorists. By the way, maybe somewhere in Italy, France, Germany, or in Austria, or any other country of EU, no one heard about the environmental impact caused by drones sponsored by them, who fly, for example, on oil repositories, gas stations. So there is no word about environmental protection. It's only in words, it's on paper, but once it comes to real life, the West finds money and allocates them properly. So, for example, in addition to the drones in Tuapse, killing civilians, damaging social infrastructure and residential homes, and damage the sea terminal infrastructure, which caused oil spills extending to over 1.5 miles from the port. So there's no word from NATO. It's Black Sea, which washes the land of the Russian Federation and other countries as well. There is a significant environmental threat. The oil spill area is over 10,000 square meters. And environmental activists and NGOs keep silence. All of them are being funded by the Western money. They turn a blind eye on it. Of course, they do care about birds, tigers, flora and fauna, but they are keeping silence about this environmental tragedy. Kursk region, on the 17th of April, the Mokroshina settlement, a 12-year-old boy was injured. Do you remember how the Western political figures, while addressing under the slogans picturing Syrian children, referring to atrocities committed by the then Assad regime And right now we can see that many people were killed by the Kiev regime funded by the West. No photos are being seen in the West, photos of the children killed in Tuapse or in Kursk or in other Russian regions. Because if they do so, they need to explain themselves, to explain where they send their money. So in these words, they should explain that they fund the killings. In Samara, in Syzrin, 2 residential buildings were damaged. One of them, the front door, and under the ruins, a 12-year-old girl was killed, along with her grandma. 12 people, including 2 children, were injured. On the 23rd of April, the strike on the industrial facilities killed 1 man. In LPR, on the 20th of April, in the center of Stakhanov region, 2 civilians were injured. In Kherson region, from 18th to 19th April, a terrorist attack killed 1 man and injuring 5 people. On the 20th of April, the drones in Velikaya Dlapetsikha seriously injured the deputy head of the municipal district Dmitry Tolchaev. Amid this backdrop, the Ukrainian mass media and Zelensky continue to replicate and to duplicate lies, charging Russia of discriminate strikes against civilians. So let me remind you that, unlike the Ukrainian army, the Russian army attacks only military purposes. And all these victims among Ukrainians, this is the result of cynical deployment by the Ukrainian army of air defense system and residential units and their inept application, because they do it discriminately, because they got used to cover themselves by civilians in order to implement their criminal activities. All these facts aside prove that the Kiev regime carries out terrorist war against Russian civilians, including against women and children. They open fire on maternity hospitals, kindergartens, schools, magazines, shops, groceries. And what is striking is the fact that they kill their own people. They don't take mercy of them. By conducting mobilization, by burying people, while they are striking and deploying air defense systems close to residential units. They don't show mercy to all the people. They cover up by these people like a human shield, and they use it as cannon fodder. First and foremost, they are exterminating their own people in cold blood. As for the political repressions, they are quite obvious in Ukraine. So these people are called like Russian agents, and then they are being disappeared. So for all these crimes, the Kiev regime and its perpetrators are brought to justice. The law enforcement of Russia continue to collect evidence to bring to justice the Ukrainian army. 16 years of imprisonment was given to Andrei Bunko, Anton Zaitsev, Vasily Vanitsky, Andrei Shirkin. To 15 years, Andrei Grichishin. Life in sentences in absentia was sentenced to the commander Alexander Shevtsov, who was active in December 2024 and May 2025, who ordered missiles and killed people. Now he's on the international wanted list. So let us speak about the peaceful rhetoric of Vladimir Zelensky, saying that he wants peace, but in fact he is engaged in terrorist activities. So let us quote. So he made a number of famous statements on the so-called alleged Russian threat. It all started by the statements on the Belarus, where he said that in close proximity the roads are being built. So he made a finding that Moscow plans to engage their allies against the Kiev regime. But further on, Zelensky started to assert that Russia discriminately tries to control all its neighbors and decide how security in Europe should look like. So, for all these years, Russia has been calling the EU, including NATO, to build a universal, indivisible architecture, but then Zelensky is saying just quite the opposite thing. So, he is claiming that security on the European continent can be built with the use of force. So, we need to exercise military build-up, and he has already done so. Reflecting on that, he even came to an idea that mobilization in Russia will be announced very soon, a ground mobilization for the alleged offensive of Russia or on Ukraine or in any other European states. So what is his purpose? So the first purpose is that the people are being largely mobilized. So by saying so, Zelensky tries to present in the eyes of his own population to justify this mobilization. But his main point is his local audience. He's caring about money, so he doesn't bother about the response of his audience. The main audience is the West. So there comes up a question. Why is he claiming that Russia is going to attack any country in Europe? He explains, in fact, he wants to attract attention of his Western partners. He wants to convince them that this aid should remain in the previous amounts. He wants the West didn't bother about their own problems, but the problems of their people. Such a dependency has become, in fact, a state policy of Ukraine, of modern Ukraine. They are living like kings. They are dictating their own rules to the West, and they believe that the West and the EU are contaminated by the Stockholm Syndrome. They came to love to all those who insult them. So as for Russia, we are resistant to all those who are aggressing us, and the West, being masked by the tolerance and by this new ethics, they even liked the offender. They didn't love it with Christian love. If they did so, they would stop supplying weapons. They would say that terrorist acts and aggression, nationalism which was then switched to neo-Nazism is bad. No, that's not the thing.
No, they love it with the love of a victim who has no other way out. They essentially place them in a state of absolute dependence and subjugation, and most interestingly, they are not trying to hide that. Just listen to what he says. Zelensky told it to his own Ukrainian TV channel. This is a direct quote by Zelensky. In order to receive missiles, Zelensky said, we will negotiate. Buy. With what money, I am asking? With the same money he's taking from them. Assemble, exchange, even blackmail. That is what he's doing. When he tells them that Russia is supposedly going to attack Europe, he is doing so for the purposes of blackmail, of intimidation. He's intimidating them. At the end of March this year, the Norwegian portal Stegen stated that Ukraine's plans to sell the weapons it backed for contradict the ideas of all military support for the Kiev regime from the West. The Western journalist from Stegen wrote that behind the urgent assistance to Ukraine in the fight for freedom, as they call it, are plans to integrate the European and Ukrainian arms industries. Here is a direct quote from this material. There is no more corrupt sector in the world than the arms industry. Some will argue that arms exports will strengthen Ukraine's treasury. This is said by Western journalists, but no one has the slightest idea whose pockets these revenues will actually fill. The publication concludes. Let us stop right here. If the Kiev regime was going to defend itself, perhaps it would simply ask for weapons and use them. But no, the Kiev regime is asking for weapons to perpetrate terrorist activities on the territory of the European continent and outside of it as well. In particular, unfortunately, the terrorist activities in Africa will become more active. But there is one more trend. Why is the Kiev regime using terrorist methods? They are doing so in order to place dirt on the European partners, to get them involved in this bloodshed. And now look at what they've come to. Through manipulations and through getting them involved in terrorist activities, the Kiev regime is not just begging for weapons from the European Union and NATO. Now they are starting to sell these weapons. So where is the defense of the Ukrainian citizens? Where is the protection of Ukrainian freedom and independence? There is no talk about that. There is only a colossal corruption, weapon and blood-based scheme, where money is being split and given back to those who provide them, and now they are also going to sell the weapons, including legal sales, as they say. Take a look at another important example. On November 18, 2025, the American magazine Responsible Statecraft reported that the trail of Ukrainian corruption leads to former CIA director, not just a bank director or a financial director or a stock exchange head, the former CIA director and former US Secretary of State Mike Pompeo. In 2025, he began consulting the Ukrainian military firm Firepoint, which fell under suspicion of systematic speculation and price gouging. This enterprise was also accused of having links with an associate of Zelensky, Timur Mindich. Remember, the figure in the scandalous corruption scandal known as the so-called Mindich case. Having earned about $1 billion in 2025, Firepoint, backed by Mike Pompeo, is now building a plant in Denmark. Why? Peace on the European continent has been inconvenient for many for a long time. Fighting on the European continent has resulted in the accumulation of riches of many outside of Europe. Now take a look at this wordplay. The discussions of certain European integration of the Kiev regime. In Kiev, the idea of European integration of the country is voiced in its own way. On April 21, Zelensky stated on Ukrainian media, I quote, that an alliance of Ukraine, Norway, Great Britain and Turkey would make Europe the strongest in the world. These are 4 countries that the EU is missing. Who said so? Zelensky said so. This is a man who was trusted by the Ukrainian people in order to reach some way of economic development. And now Zelensky has ruined everything: industry, science, education, culture, economy, finance. He just turned it into a money laundering scheme. But they are laundering blood money. And now this man says that he knows how to make the European continent stronger. Perhaps he can be trusted. But on the contrary, just listen to what he says and do the opposite. What is he really talking about? He is simply voicing the ideas planted to him. This is about an establishment of a new military bloc in Europe, done by Zelensky. He began to fantasize about uniting, not just uniting the countries in terms of economy or culture. He's talking about uniting the continent's militaristic potentials into one fist, of course headed by, you know who, by himself, headed by Ukraine, which has turned into a terrorist underground of the world. And then he promises everyone, he tries to sell the idea that this bloc would move on to inflict a strategic defeat on Russia. He is selling this idea without any link to the United States. Supposedly, this would be a purely European bloc, a military structure of the continent. If we rewind and look a couple of years back, this is offered as an alternative to the approach that has been developed by our country. We have been talking about indivisible common European security. For many years, Russia has been trying to convince the countries of the European Union, Western Europe, to bring together our peaceful capacity to create a common space for cooperation. You may remember the term from Lisbon to Vladivostok, in order to act for the good, for the benefit of peace and of the people, of the citizens. But they have denied this concept, and now they are seriously listening to Zelensky, who is suggesting a creation of an aggressive fist so that he can once again begin conflict in the center of the European continent. The Kiev regime can objectively exploit and spread the worst anti-human practices that it tests on the Ukrainian people. This is what he can do. It is surprising that in the West they do not understand this or do not want to understand, and remember from history how such attempts ended. That is why, perhaps, they are trying to rewrite history. Perhaps there is something lacking in them to compare the ideas with history and how such attempts have ended historically. We noticed another statement of the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine dated April 15 this year about the creation under the Commander-in-Chief Alexander Syrsky of an advisory body of the so-called Expert Council. It even has an English name. That's what they need, an English language name in order to appeal to the West. It is called Allied Reform and Expert Support, chaired by the former deputy commander of the NATO Joint Armed Forces in Europe in 2011 to 2014, the British General Richard Sheriff. Can you imagine that? Ukraine is calling to establish an advisory council, not to be led by a Ukrainian citizen or a Ukrainian public or political or military figure, but rather a British one. It is reported that the structure also included other Western military personnel with, I quote, unique combat and management experience. What kind of unique combat and management experience can they have? Where are the examples in modern history which would manifest this experience? Where did they bring any order? Where did they establish peace? Nowhere. So who are these unique specialists and experts? These include the former CIA director from 2011 to 2012, General David Petraeus, former NATO Deputy Supreme Commander for Transformation, Manfred Nielsen from Germany, former Deputy Chief of Staff of the British Naval Forces from 2022 to 2025, Vice Admiral Martin John Connell, representative of the Norwegian Naval Forces in NATO structures, Commodore Hans Helseth, former commander of the ground forces of the Canadian Armed Forces from 2006 to 2010, Andrew Leslie, former commander of the Joint Task Force North of the Canadian Armed Forces from 2017 to 2020, Major General Patrick Carpentier, former Deputy Chief of the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Slovakia from 2013 to 2018, Pavel Matsko. A nice group of experts, isn't it? How many people they've saved, how many conflicts they've ended. How many countries have overcome emergencies thanks to them? Of course, this is irony by me, because they did nothing. They only did the opposite. Among the functions of the Council are increasing the efficiency of the armed forces of Ukraine and ensuring their needs, advisory and consultative support, and army transformation. What do we see? In essence, a sham cover is being created for a real pool of active high-ranking officers of NATO countries who will now work in the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine. They are inserted there not for consultation or advisory purposes, not to increase the investment attractiveness of Ukraine. This is done for them to participate in the management of the Ukrainian military structures, to participate in planning, preparing and carry out not the strengthening of the defense capacity or raising the morale. They are there in order to carry out terrorist operations against Russia, using Western weapons supplied to the Kiev regime. This was mentioned by the Russian president, our foreign minister and defense minister. These Western weapons are being supplied, and they cannot be used without instructions from the West. So from now on, NATO and the West will be present directly in the territory of Ukraine under the guise of a certain advisory council. Essentially, they will be high-ranking officers who will be guiding the use of Western weapons. The fact that the West is fighting against Russia with the hands of Ukraine is no secret to anyone. And now this was directly confirmed by Zelensky himself. A direct quote, if I may. Britain, Norway, the Netherlands, Zelensky says, which have extensive experience in developing their own naval fleet, share technologies with Ukraine and helped it create a flotilla of unmanned boats at sea. In other words, they supplied Kiev with their developments in the area and brought them to mind in combat conditions. Therefore, responsibility for the consequences of using such supposedly Ukrainian drones, both at sea and on land, is equally borne by those who armed the neo-Nazi regime of Zelensky with them. These are not only the above-mentioned countries, but also other participants of the so-called drone coalition. And the most cynical statement, on April 16 this year in the Dutch city of Middelburg, a ceremony was held to present the International Award for Freedoms Award for a significant contribution to the defense of the four freedoms proclaimed by US President Roosevelt. What are the freedoms? Freedom of speech and expression, freedom of religion, freedom from want and fear. And who do you think was among the laureates of the award? It was Zelensky. He definitely liberated the people of Ukraine from freedom of speech and expression, freedom of religion, freedom from want and fear. He really liberated the citizens of Ukraine from all of that. Now they have no freedom of speech and expression, religion. They only live in misery and fear. This is what he truly did. But I think for such an achievement, he can't get any award, not just the award of the four freedoms, only the award of the cynicism, the highest grade of cynicism. This is a man under whose leadership they're killing journalists. Under his leadership, they are driving out the Orthodox clergy from the churches. They are mocking the Orthodox holy sites. They are destroying, ruining the Ukrainian Orthodox Church. They mock the people who attend the churches. All of these sums, billions upon billions received by the Kiev regime, are given under strict and harsh conditions for which the citizens of Ukraine will have to pay. This is all a debt. This is credit. You can imagine the conditions. Who is going to provide these loans? How are they going to pay back? They will pay back with the lives of the citizens of Ukraine, with Ukrainian raw resources and fertile soil, and with the geopolitical state of Ukraine. This is what is used as collateral for such debts and loans. The supposed well-being of the Ukrainian people, freedom from misery. This is how Zelensky was awarded. This country lives in constant fear. The people are scared to talk in their native language on the street.
And I'm not talking about shootings or physical violence related to this mobilization. I'm talking about the nature of the life. I'm talking about the mother tongue. Even children in Ukraine are being held responsible for speaking Russian. For example, at school, with tutors, in public spaces, in groceries, in hospitals. And so for this also he is being awarded this prize. And this is a new normality, as they say it in the West. So let me repeat once again. The Kiev regime discriminately shattered and continues to discriminate any freedoms in every context, killing all those who show dissent, who robbed its own population, instilling fear to them in front of those soldiers who are trying to mobilize people. And once again, the most cynicism of this atrocity was rendered by Ropiedan, saying that Zelensky And this is not just a political figure. This is a man who was trusted by his own people. And Zelensky, he said that Zelensky agreed to accept this prize only on behalf of the Ukrainian people. Now, let us have a look at what is happening on the ground in Ukraine. Since April, the Ukrainian territorial centers, the territorial army equipping centers, which have become well known as misanthropic centers, intensified their mobilization activities and made this in the Russian-speaking regions in Kharkov, Odessa, and Nikolaev. These notorious episodes happened during the Easter celebrations when people were caught during church services at the entrance of temples and churches. The slogans of the recently appointed Defense Minister of Ukraine, Mikhail Fedorov, on the comprehensive modernization of military mobilization distracts attention of the military. And so the rate of mobilization remains the same. The mass media recalls about functioning in Ukraine of informal detention units. So on the one hand, several decades ago, the world got used to the fact that there is a flying prison of CIA. So this wouldn't be a news if Ukraine, for example, establishes informal detention center. This is, in fact, a torture center. This is a kind of torture centers, and everything that happens within the premises of these units, atrocities happen there. Among such facilities is in Sumy, which mobilized people are being kept like in concentration camps, and they are being forced to engage and to become members of the assault divisions. And this is just a horror movie. I can compare it with a horror movie, what is happening in Ukraine. All these slogans, they're just hiding all the real things that are going on in Ukraine. What is striking that the profits or the gains of these military commands are growing exponentially. Since 2022, they got about around $6 to $8 billion. And in case the age of mobilization is reduced and women are recruited, the people, the officers and recruitment centers will earn up to 5 billion a year. This is 2 times high. This is another way of earning. Way of earning at the expense of all those, of these poor people. This is the earning of all those who show atrocity towards people. Ukraine openly speaks that poor people are among the soldiers at the forefront, while the rich are sitting in the rear. The so-called Ukrainian elite is hiding its children abroad, far away from all this misery. A wonderful interview. I've seen an interesting interview in Ukraine on YouTube channel, political talk show. The Director General of Ukrpochta, Igor Smilyansky, explained why his wife and children live in the United States of America. So, and let me quote Igor Smilyansky. Just imagine if my children went to school in Kiev, they would read and be bullied, and it's quite obvious that Ukraine, whose people has become slaves of the territorial army equipping centers, and that's his patriotism, the patriotism of Ukrainians. And I'm speaking about the ideologies prevailing in this country and even reigning there. Forced mobilization of Ukrainians was being shown by the French journalists who filmed a documentary in Ukraine, and this film was also about the further phase, and I'm talking about a wall. The journalists were, just guess what the journalists were detained there by the mobilization officers. The interpreter and the driver was sent to the distribution squad so that they can be sent to the front just immediately. And this is unprecedented story. We know that there are various fantasist writers like Orwell who try to predict the future of the humankind. Even these writers could not have imagined and predicted such a scenario which is unfolding in Ukraine. Can you imagine Zelensky takes a prize for the freedoms of speech, for 4 freedoms, while all those who are following his orders detain foreign journalists, which are then sent to the front? What is striking that we are just right now witnessing, right at this historic moment, when we need some proof. In fact, all this is a terrible picture that was born by the West. And we will continue to unveil all these atrocities. And I wonder whether this film, this documentary, will be released or whether it will take some international prize. I think that they will get some penalties, or maybe be persecuted, or maybe they will be persecuted in France. Likewise, all those who took the interview, who interviewed Sergei Lavrov a couple of months ago, they posed very interesting questions. They released an interview, and after that they were discriminated in France. And right now, and I just watched the interview of our ambassador in France, that right now there are false charges against Russia, allegedly saying that in Russia there is no freedom of speech. In fact, there is no freedom of speech in France at all, because the journalists, after taking an interview, should apologize for taking this interview. Apologize for just taking questions, for just asking questions. And another topic, which has some connection with Ukraine, and even more deep, and I'm talking about the Russian policies on safety and security of nuclear infrastructure. We're seeing increasing threats against nuclear facilities in Zaporizhia, nuclear power stations, and Bushehr, So we would like to draw your attention on the main approaches of Russia. Russia attaches significant importance to strengthening nuclear security. We believe that the international relations prevail in terms of providing international security, and the state itself is responsible for providing security and outlines the relevant parameters. The IAEA is in fact called upon to play a central role, not only by international cooperation in the field of physical nuclear security. So here I'm speaking about international cooperation. The agency also provides states with technical assistance and special practical guidance materials. As for the practical of physical security of nuclear and other radioactive material as well as associated facilities is the exclusive prerogative of the states themselves. Another important principle of ensuring physical nuclear security is maintaining the confidentiality regime. Terrorists, and we see it, and other intruders, of course, seek to use any information they get of their malicious acts and intentions, so they shouldn't have a chance to get the information about what algorithms of potential actions of criminals as well as specific parameters of counteracting them are used by states in the design of protection systems. One of the measures applied is also preventing unauthorized penetration into the territory of nuclear installations, radiation sources and storage facilities, as well as access to nuclear materials and radioactive substances, preventing their theft and damage. Ensuring physical protection is carried out at all stages of design, construction, operation, and decommissioning of nuclear energy, as well as in the handling of nuclear materials and radioactive substances. All nuclear materials, their storage points and corresponding installations in Russia, as well as the transportation of nuclear materials and radioactive substances, are provided with all necessary physical security measures. Russia, let me remind you, that is a participant in key international legal mechanisms in this area, the Convention on the Physical Protection of Nuclear Material, and take into account the 2005 amendment. This nuclear installations, this is the International Convention for the Suppression of Acts of Nuclear Terrorism, as well as the UN Security Council Resolution 1540 of April 28, 2004, one of the initiators of which was our country. Also, Russia ensures physical nuclear security is regulated inter alia by the Federal Law 1995 on the use of atomic energy. As for Moldova, we get a lot of questions. We closely follow the situation, and the authorities continue to work the anti-Russian narrative. Russia, and I quote, poses a threat to all those, to everyone, trying to impose their will through some hybrid actions. So there's nothing new in all these statements. But on the other hand, we see the purpose. And so we will try to reveal their purpose. In one day, the Moldovan authorities are trying to shift the blame on Russia for their own defects and gaps and even failures, starting from ecology and energy. So Moldavia openly says that the country balances is on the fringe of the collapse. On the brink, Moldavia is going through a deep crisis. This is an agricultural country. In fact, amid growing prices for the fuel, almost one-third of the country, local farmers cannot process their lands. So sociological polls show that over 70% of the Moldovan citizens are persuaded that they should resume negotiations with Russia. And after pro-Western forces came to power in Moldavia, the crisis had deepened. Let us remember how the agriculture operates in EU, the agricultural industry. Because, for example, Greece, every country can follow their ancestors' experience. But in fact, there should be standards and rules. Let us remember how EU countries were instructed to destroy all seeds in order not to establish improper competition in EU. So Moldavia is needed to EU as an agriculture, as another country. In fact, Moldova is a good supplier of agricultural goods. In fact, it represents a competitor to the EU in terms of agricultural goods. In fact, Moldova entered EU seeking fair market competition. And right now, we're seeing some strange things. There's no fair competition amid illegitimate sanctions. In fact, we're seeing protectionism. We're seeing trade wars. And one of the main manifestations of these trade wars, this is destruction via Sandu's government of agriculture in Moldova. Let me remind you that agriculture in Moldova is the traditional industry. It's the daily routine. It's an integral part of culture and philosophy of this country. That's what we know the Moldovans for. So we know Moldovans for growing vegetables, fruit. They are famous for their agriculture. Right now, Sandu's regime is seeking to forge a new generation of Moldova who will forget about the culture. We should forget their cultural roots. So, on a step-by-step basis, Sandu's administration implements some false ideas, destroying the culture. That was the case with Russia when several years ago we were told that Russia doesn't need to develop its agriculture, that we need to enter WTO, and there you will find your own sphere. So, can we imagine if we ruined our agriculture? It would be a catastrophe, a danger to our whole country, not due to the lack of agriculture to ourselves, but it is a part of our culture, a part of our existence. And as it turns out, it is also a part of the global food security, especially paying attention to our contribution to maintain this food security.
That is why, under the guise of integration, Moldova is witnessing the destruction of its agricultural sector. The European Union does not need any competition. The Moldovans are massively immigrating abroad. In the last 25 years, the country's population has decreased by almost 20%, and this trend has continued. This year, repressions against independent, primarily Russian-language media continue in the Republic. Against this background, on April 2 this year in Chisinau, for example, an interview was organized with the consent of the Moldovan authorities, given by the leader of the terrorist organization, the so-called Russian Volunteer Corps. The representative of its structure, who is included in Russia in the list of terrorists and extremists, Why am I looking back at this? An apparent terrorist is provided a platform for an interview in Moldova. However, showing feature and documentary films about the Great Patriotic War, where the Moldovan contribution was so great, is now banned from the point of view of the Sandu regime. Is wearing St. George ribbons allowed in Moldova under Sandu? No, it is not. How is that? They give a platform to a terrorist, but wearing St. George ribbon is banned. What is it? Yet another act in the theater of absurdity. This total Orwellian hell in Moldova is looked upon suspiciously by the Western sponsors. Currently, in the 2025 Democracy Index published by the Economist Group, a British media company, Moldova and the Sandu regime got a status of a hybrid regime, characterized by attributes of democracy with authoritarian rulership methods. Previously, Moldova had a more advanced status. It was called a flawed democracy. Now it is a hybrid regime. All this time, the Moldovan authorities were crying out about hybrid threats from Russia, while essentially the West calls Moldova a hybrid regime. Moldovans themselves are increasingly using another term to describe their state, a mafia state. These are the current Moldovan realities. The same narratives and patterns as said in the West: poverty, political instability, authoritarianism, lack of rights and social tension. They did it with Ukraine first, now they do the same to Moldova. All of this is the consequence of the forced implementation of so-called European standards, which have never been European. What can be called a European standard? For example, the Roman legal system. What is left of it when sanctions and illogical actions are ruining laws? Freedom of speech. It can also be called a European value. The freedom of speech proclaimed there and media. But now there is nothing but censorship left, as well as persecution and bullying of those who are trying to voice their own opinion. Religion, faith, Christianity were one of the European values, the founding ones. What is left here? I think the opening of the Olympics in Paris has shown enough. Pure mockery. One of the European values was the understanding of the common European continent space. But now it has all been devolved into the desire to inflict a strategic defeat upon Russia. That is it. This chimera, called European values, is being imposed upon Moldova with only one wish, with only one purpose and goal: to ruin everything they can ruin in Moldova: agriculture, industry, production, science, education, culture, and so on, to turn Moldova and the Moldovans into Romania and Romanians, and then, after raping the entire country, they can do anything they want to them. But there are good news too. On April 21st, special aircraft of the Russian Emergency Situation Ministry, on April 21, it delivered a batch of humanitarian aid, which included mobile power stations, food products, tents, blankets, mattresses and pillows. 28 tons of humanitarian aid. The Russian ambassador to Lebanon and the director of the main directorate of civil defense of the Lebanese Internal Affairs Ministry took part in the humanitarian handover ceremony. A return flight carried out the evacuation to Moscow of 67 citizens of the Russian Federation and 6 citizens of Belarus who found themselves in difficult life circumstances due to the sharp aggravation of the situation in Lebanon. In difficult times, Russia has always extended a helping hand to the Lebanese people, as well as other people who ask for such help. We could not stand aside now either. In the current difficult conditions, when more than 1 million Lebanese are suffering from the consequences of hostilities, we express solidarity with the residents and leadership of the country. We confirm our principled position in support of the sovereignty, unity and territorial integrity of the Lebanese Republic. We hope that the ceasefire regime achieved on April 16 will be strictly observed, which will create conditions for sustainable de-escalation in Lebanon. We clearly see what is happening there. But we proceed from the desire to support the ceasefire, and we hope that it will allow to correct the rapidly deteriorating humanitarian situation there. But we stay real. And a couple of fakes I would like to quote and debunk today, because they are quite massive. Real big fakes that we're about to work upon. High-ranking US representatives, including military ones, are spreading rumors about the supposed Russian intention to develop anti-satellite nuclear weapons, as they say. On their basis, anti-Russian doctrinal documents are circulated, as well as specialized military space exercises are held, during which actions are modeled in case of a hypothetical use of nuclear weapons in outer space. Absurd speculations by Washington have nothing to do with reality and are part of a propaganda campaign to discredit the space activities of the Russian Federation and its initiatives to prevent an arms race in outer space. Let me remind you that as we celebrate yet another anniversary of the first manned spaceflight, I would like to remind you that our country explores space in strict accordance with international obligations solely for peaceful purposes and does not threaten the activity of other participants in space activities. Our country strictly complies with the 1967 Outer Space Treaty, which is the cornerstone of international space law. Article 4 of the treaty explicitly prohibits placing in orbit around the Earth any objects carrying nuclear weapons or any other kinds of weapons of mass destruction, installing or stationing such weapons in space in any other manner. For many years, Russia has made a significant contribution to keeping space peaceful. We consistently advocate working out an international, legally binding instrument with a ban on the placement of weapons in outer space, the use of force, or the threat of force against space objects. As a basis for such an instrument, we propose the updated Russian-Chinese Draft Core Treaty, distributed at the Conference on Disarmament in 2014. We consider an important intermediate step on this path to be the international initiative or political commitment not to be the first to place weapons in outer space, the participants of which today are 37 states. However, our efforts in this direction encounter really fierce opposition from the United States and its allies, who have taken a dangerous course towards turning space into an arena of armed confrontation. US policy in the space sphere is becoming increasingly aggressive and provocative. Officials in Washington openly state ambitions for absolute dominance in near-Earth space. A key role in achieving these goals is assigned to the project to create a global missile defense system, Golden Dome, providing inter alia the deployment of space-based kinetic interceptors. Under the veil of an imaginary Russian threat, Americans, with the active support of a number of satellites, are stepping up steps aimed at placing weapon system in space and building up power potential there. Everything as usual. They start accusing Russia of something in order to start doing it themselves later, or to somehow whitewash their own illegal actions. The mentioned steps provide inter alia a significant increase in the number of US Space Forces, mass production and uncontrolled launching into orbit of tens of thousands of satellites, as well as improving systems for suppressing spacecraft of other states. These are misadventures, and the West ignores the fact that any armed conflict in orbit will have catastrophic consequences for the long-term sustainability of space activities and prospects for space exploration for all states without exception. And one another story in April 17, the Soir published an interview by the head of the Belgian Defense Staff, Frederick van Sina, we know that NATO generals are trying with all their might to maintain a high degree of tension in relation with Russia, but what we read this time causes, frankly speaking, doubts about the competence and health of the employees of the Kingdom's Defense Department in Belgium. The Belgian military commander shared, among other things, the sensational news, as he said, that Russia recognized, quote-unquote, the Narva People's Republic on the territory of Estonia. How is that? What did he use before the interview? What was he on? This is, of course, disinformation, or to call a spade, outright lies. Is Belgium going to summon our ambassador? And if so, as stated by our ambassadors many times, they are trying to use any opportunity to provide the true, real, genuine facts on the topics that cause concern in their country of state. Let us go into detail of the interview by the Belgian military leader. The military political leadership of Belgium is clearly adopting propaganda experience from EU and NATO officials, who, within the framework of their distorted picture of the world, are trying to invent ever new reasons to justify the accelerated militarization of Europe. So, in order to explain to the citizens why they should build up their military capacity, they have to make up any pretext, and the pretext is the threat of Russia, the supposed threat. But this phrase is lacking in the printed version of the interview, but it is present in the online version of the interview. So, what exactly are they talking about? First, they launch some fake, and then they're trying to hide it, not to leave any traces. But the internet remembers everything. The phrase was said, it was quoted, and will be quoted further. And this is not the only lie on the interview. He said that the end of hostilities in Ukraine would not lead to a detente, supposedly, because they say Moscow will switch to Europe, and therefore European countries must focus on the long-term containment, as he says, of Russia. You may remember how the containment of Russia ended up on the Ukrainian track. All of their manipulation with the Ukrainian statehood, or rather the destruction of Ukrainian statehood, all of their support for the Maidan and the anti-constitutional coup d'etat, all of their manipulation with the Minsk agreements and accords did not end up in the containment of Russia. It only ended up in our country making the only right and necessary decision to begin the special military operation. Why is the Belgian general saying all of these things? The meaning is obvious. They are only doing so to create the pretext of a Russian threat, to justify the great financement needed to militarize Europe to the detriment of the interests of their own population. However, the most outrageous passage is about Ukrainian blood paying for, you know what? The precious time for Europe. It is such a raid of bloodthirst, of pure vampirism. There is no going back. They say that the Ukrainian blood is paying for the time, for precious time for Europe. How's that for a deal? It is not the first time we hear from EU strategists statements indicating their readiness to fight to the last Ukrainian. Previously, they were trying to hide it, to formulate it using different wording, but now they bring it forward. They say that Ukrainian blood must be shed in order for Europe to win more time. This is outrageous cynicism. They are not hiding that, they brought it forward as a doctrinal guideline. While people are dying in Eastern Europe, the Belgian general calls not to look for opportunities to establish peace, but not to use diplomacy or politics. He calls to build up military potential in the West. May I ask one question? A couple of months ago, when the West, the same people in Brussels, Paris, London, Vienna, Ottawa, and so on, were hysterical, saying that peace is needed. How does this go with the current logic? The answer is simple. They didn't need a ceasefire. They needed a short break to resupply and to rearm the armed forces of Ukraine and to relocate them for a better position. That's it. All the Western talk of peace is just a disguise. There is another option for cynicism. Against this backdrop, the Europeans continue to beg for a place at the negotiating table, supposedly to settle the conflict. These are all the same people. I think everyone understands that when you tirelessly pour oil on the fire, you cannot be the one who will be asking for a place at the negotiating table. There is a certain contradiction here. While Belgian generals rush Europe to contain Russia, it was finally confirmed that the loud statements of the Belgian Defense Minister Theo Franken at the end of last year about some mass attacks by Russian drones on facilities in Belgium had no factual basis at all. So it was also a lie. Specialists openly admit that after months of work, it was not possible to find documented cases of even one UAV flight. By the way, helicopters of the Federal Police and cargo planes of the DHL company coming in for landing were taken for drones, among other things. So ultimately, nothing was found true. Everything was explained exceptionally prosaically, and the artificially created information noise, it seems, was needed to knock out an additional 50 million euros from the Belgian budget for the needs of the country's Ministry of Defense. This incident, this story, all this dirt serves as further proof that lies, disinformation, groundless accusations are a favorite working method of European military and politicians, and the first victims of such actions become ordinary Belgians, whom the current authorities of the kingdom, with a perseverance worthy of better use, push to open conflict with Russia.
They even fool them and drop them. Yet another topic, another region, but the same tools, and I'm talking about the Chagos Islands. We follow the situation. Let me remind you, in May 2025, an agreement was signed along which Britain should have returned to Mauritius its legitimate territories, but it reserved the right for the long-term lease, 99 years, of the British and American military base on the islands of Diego Garcia. Back then, the then government of Keir Starmer bombshelled about achieving a historic deal, which was, and I quote, "in complete national interests of the United Kingdom." But I like to use this Russian proverb, "It was all true just on paper." During the recent statement in the Commons, the Deputy Foreign Office Minister even confirmed the leakage on the suspension by London for the unidentified period of the British-Mauritius deal. So this was not the position of the British people or scientists who made up a report that you need to reconsider your position. This was the position of the United States, which decided to suspend this agreement. The matter is that the US actively uses this military base on this island, Diego Garcia, for the intelligence and logistic assurance of the presence of its military services in the Indian Ocean and the adjacent regions, including in the Middle East. This base was used during the American and Israel aggression against Iran, although London claims that it made it consent to use this base for the defensive purposes only. But no one remembers when Iran attacked Israel or the United States. It was quite the opposite. So, in fact, in 2025 there was a consent by Washington to London, and this was reflected in the relevant press release released by the State Department of the United States. The Chagas statement confirms the truth. Nothing is signed in blood with the English. Even if you have the International Court decision, so not to mix with the International Tribunal. So in 2019, the UN International Tribunal recognized the British actions to preserve control over the archipelago as illegitimate. So the General Assembly resolution and the intergovernmental agreement with the former metropolia, London, doesn't hide away from showing their neglect with the obligations, following their political purposes. So this alliance and traditional partnership, strategical proximity, the respect even for closest neighbors, the Englishmen reserve not for a long time unless this is beneficial to them. And once there are some political interests, for example, if there is about military control over the important territory in the wake of another military intervention, all these words of respect, all these talks about human rights, historic justice, are come to an oblivion, and that is the policy of extermination of any standards, of destruction of any double standards. This is the cynicism as it is. This is the new ethics. This is the rule-based order. So one day we have one rule, the other day we have the other rule, and I doubt that the citizens of these islands were happy to be detached from Mauritius and become the citizens of the United Kingdom. Let me remind you that the citizens of Chagas Island, the Chagas Islands, were forcibly deported from the islands. These people were ancestors of the African slaves. And you remember when in the United States people were begging, who stood on their knees in front of the Africans saying that they paid tribute to the African population. I think the citizens of these islands won't see this. The people of the Chagas Islands have their own rights, their own laws. These people will always be victims of Washington and Brussels and London and Washington. So these people are ancestors of the African slaves, which were sent by British from the African continent for the work in plantations. This is a colonial history. Then these slaves were sent from Africa to America, and then when the island was used as a military base, these people were just pushed away from the island. In fact, Russia does everything in order to preserve the true nature of freedoms in the world. And that's how London and Washington qualifies this fact. While they are speaking a lot about the freedom of speech, human rights, democracy, but we don't see it in fact. In fact, we see another attempt to preserve the colonial enclave in the Indian Ocean under the guise of the strategic need. It is quite obvious that the ruling elite in Great Britain, irrespective of their party they belong to, still have their colonial instincts and interests. They still continue to view the countries of global majority as the tool to pursue their own political interests. Let me say a couple of words on sending by EU to Armenia of some humanitarian mission, so I can take your question. But before I start, I know that the Armenian journalists are with us, so I would like to say that today, on the 24th of April, the 111th anniversary of the genocide of the Ottoman Empire over Armenia. So this topic today is the main topic in Armenia today. The Armenian historians say that the victims of genocide were about 21 million people. Over 600 of people had to flee. Monuments were desecrated and destroyed. Let me underline that our country from the day one perceived this tragedy as its own fear. Our country celebrated and annually hold. Today we express condolences to the Armenian people on this date. I would like to recall you that the position of Russia is objective and consistent. There can be no justification for mass extermination on ethnic grounds. Our country is a participant and initiator of a number of relevant international legal acts, including the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. And just recently, on April 19th, for the first time, we celebrated a mournful day, the Day of Remembrance of the Victims of the Genocide, which is enshrined at the legislative level here. The Russian diplomacy stood at the origins of recognizing the tragic events of the first quarter of the 20th century that befell the Armenian people as a crime against humanity. And modern Russia was one of the first countries in the world to recognize and condemn the Armenian genocide in the relevant documents of the State Duma. According to a statement, let me recall you, and I've always quoted this document, according to a statement by the lower house of the Russian Assembly from 1995, today's date is considered in our country as a day of remembrance for the innocent victims of this tragedy. We have always been open for the talks on this topic. We have always shared our views because they are based on historical evidence. The Russian leadership, including top leadership as well as official delegations, visit the memorial complex built during the USSR era in Yerevan dedicated to the memory of the victims. Unlike some Western partners who have turned their eyes to Armenia today, we do not delete from social media or any mass media publications from social networks support from our side. Also, we do not have the habit of avoiding the word genocide itself. We know that today, April 24th, has enormous spiritual and moral political significance for our friendly people of Armenia and the multi-million Armenian diaspora in Russia. This mournful day is not only a memorable date, but also a symbol of resilience, unity of Armenians, and commitment to their historical traditions and the cause of preserving identity. So let me switch to the answers that I got about sending of EU of a humanitarian mission. On the 21st of April, the EU Council decided to send to Armenia, as they said it, a partnership mission in the framework of the general policy of EU on security and defense. I'm talking about the second so-called humanitarian mission of EU to this country. It's quite obvious that the new mechanism that is being brought by EU as the alleged aid to Yerevan in fight to hybrid threats will provide to Brussels additional tools to influence the Armenian ministries and national institutions. So they use these pretexts, in fact. But it's crystal clear that under pretext of tracing illegitimate financial flows and counteracting cyber attacks, manipulating of information interference on behalf of third countries, the EU will seek to interfere in the domestic affairs of Armenia, including, and we know the EU well, they will seek, and they seek, to influence the parliamentarian elections on the 7th of June. So you know, what is my evidence? Look at the pretext they send their missions. Let me read once again. Under pretext of tracing illegitimate financial flows. So it seems to me that there is a country that should have already got this mission. This is Ukraine. Can you tell me how many missions from EU Council were sent to Ukraine in order to trace legitimate financial flows? And Ukraine represents a direct threat. The corruption scandals and bombshells are shattering Ukraine and EU states that have some connections in Ukraine. So why the EU Council decided to send this mission to Armenia and not to Ukraine? And I believe that thousands of observers should have been sent to Ukraine. Because I believe the task of this mission is not to trace the flows, but to have political influence. The mission, which is on the words on paper, tries to tackle any interference, is a tool of such interference itself. The same partnership mission is acting in Moldova. So it helped to strengthen the legal aspect of the state. It helped, allegedly helped, to honor human rights. And we've seen this at the example of what has been unfolding in Moldova. The existence of extra-regional partners, including from EU in South Caucasus, is contradictory to the principles of regional responsibility when region itself resolves all these problems in connection with its neighbors. Otherwise, there can be risks for fragile peace in this part of Eurasia. And we all know what the Western political policy looks like. They want to engage with promises, are all partners in the anti-Russia propaganda and prosecute their own intentions. We see that EU, which decided to militarize their countries in order to confront Russia, and this is contrast with the official policy of Yerevan not to become a tool for the interests of the third states. The consent of Armenia to deploy a new mission in this country is connected that the leadership of this country tries to advance its movement towards the European integration. So let us not mix up the Euro integration, and there are many countries who are not entering EU right now, and let's have a look at Serbia or other Balkan states who were promised and who had not entered the EU even despite their promises and standards met. So this is the European way, and this is a road to nowhere. As for the national economy, mitigation of the national economy, if Yerevan even claims to become a part of EU, the EU advisors won't help Yerevan in this case. They hadn't helped to any other countries. They make just promises, but in fact they pump resources or use these states for their political interests. So in reality, just recently, the deputy chairman of the Russian Federation, Mr. Verchuk, said in an interview to the TASS agency, and I urge you to look this interview, and we will cite the references and the links to this interview. We believe that our Armenian allies won't will prevent the use of this mission will prevent interference of this mission and obstruct further intervention. And right now let us speak about the historical memory. Unfortunately, the Baltic states and demolition of memorials in Latvia, Estonia are going on contrary to all legal standards. In Latvia, over 200 Soviet memorials were demolished, over 130 in Estonia and about 70 in Estonia. We fix the attempts of illegitimate exhumation and reburial of the Soviet soldiers of mass graves. On the top of that was the demolition in August 2022 in Riga of the memorial to the liberated soldiers, all those who liberated Latvia from fascism. This is the main memorial complex which annually becomes a place of worship, and this was a memorial of flowers back then. The UN Committee on Human Rights on the 26th of August recognized these acts as illegal and called on the authorities of Latvia to stop the destruction of Soviet monuments. But these recommendations were ignored by Latvia, and Latvia, Lithuania and Estonia annually vote against the resolution of the UN General Assembly, which is called like fight against glorification of Nazism, neo-Nazism and other practices that advance escalation of current forms of racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia and other intolerance. Russia will continue by all means to counteract these barbaric, immoral acts of the Baltic states, and we will seek adequate response of the relevant international structures. But the Baltic states in this regard is not alone. Let us have a look at what is being done by Germany. Let me underline once again, let me repeat once again, and thanks God that everyone knows that the 19th of April Russia celebrated this day as the Remembrance Day of the genocide committed by the Nazi Germany and its collaborators during the Great Patriotic War, 1945. This date symbolizes the historical truth and memory of the tragedy of civilian population. 27 million people died, only half of which were civilians, were exterminated on the occupied territories deliberately. This was not just hostilities. This is a deliberate, analyzed and fixed in the documents that were invented before hostilities, the program to clean the territories of our country from our population. Over 8 million Soviet citizens are recognized as victims of genocide in Russia. At least over 1 million of people, 1,250,000 out of 4 million of 700,000 Soviet citizens were forced to labor, died in the Nazi camps.
I say once again, we do not know and we will never know the exact figure. Unfortunately, we don't have the capacity to do so, although search and rescue and activists are working every day. Over half of the entire number of victims, according to different calculations, have become victims of the policy of genocide carried out by Nazis and their supporters. During our briefings, we publish relevant information on social media and on our websites. We always talk about the events organized to commemorate the victims of Hitler regime. The links will be available in the text of today's briefing. But I would like to make a separate mention of one of the events that was organized by the Russian embassy in Germany. A memory ceremony with laying wreaths was organized at the former Buchenwald concentration camp. This was one of the largest Nazi death camps, and many non-indifferent Germans took part in the commemorative events, but the lack of morals was shown by the people working at the memorial, who initially tried to block access, tried to prevent the activists from bringing in the wreaths and flowers with the Russian flag. Then they wanted to remove the delegation of the Russian embassy from the memorial territory. After a protest by our diplomats, the administration of the memorial had to retreat, but attempts were made. And this was not the first incident of this kind in modern Germany. In May 2025, during the anniversary of the Great Patriotic War, in Herbertshausen Memorial, the administration gave an order to remove the ribbons with the Russian flag from the wreaths laid by the Russian embassy. They are just grave diggers. There's no other word for them. This is something similar to that. This is more than barbarism. This is something wrong with their brain. They keep initiating public discussions in Germany. They don't talk about raising awareness inside of Germany regarding genocide committed by the German fascist forces against the people of the Soviet Union. Instead, they initiate discussions about the need to preserve the Soviet memorial sites in Germany. The question is raised saying that the Soviet tanks and the military equipment and Soviet stars and quotes by the Soviet leadership of the years are put into question. They ask themselves whether they should stay there or not. They condemn the celebrations of Victory Day in Treptow Park Memorial. This is the memorial where a statue depicting a Soviet soldier is located. The man in the statue is holding a little girl. She is not Russian, Ukrainian, or Belarusian, or Tajik, or Armenian, or Azerbaijani, or Jewish. The Soviet soldier is holding a German girl. This is what the statue shows. If there is any humanity left in them, in the best sense of the word, I mean, the monument is showing a Soviet soldier as a liberator of the German people from fascism, although the soldier had his own family who was killed, his own villages and towns that were destroyed and burned down, but the soldier is protecting a German girl. And there are historical facts to support that. And now they doubt whether the Victory Day should be celebrated in Treptow Park next to a monument to a Soviet soldier holding a German girl. This radically goes against the format adopted in civilized Europe, as they say, the quiet sorrow. I would like to say that we also have our quiet sorrow. June 22nd is the day of sorrow in Russia. But not so quiet. For decades, we were forced to stay quiet. So now we will decide ourselves how we should express our sorrow. But we do have a day, the day of memory and sorrow. And May the 9th is a celebration event. And it is not up to the Germans to teach us. The goal of the campaign is to change the sentiments of the German society under the pressure of their elites, to change the sentiment towards the Soviet monuments, to devaluate the importance of the Soviet contribution, and to devaluate the horrors of the Nazi regime. The German elites, the German leadership, the citizens of Germany honor the memory of the victims of the Holocaust. In accordance with the resolution of the UN General Assembly, the Holocaust was a mass destruction, mass killing of Jews, Roma and other groups based on nationality and social group and so on. So what? Does that not include Soviet citizens and Soviet soldiers? Is their aspiration to honor their victims, to honor their ancestor, not respected? Are they only going to remember the victims of one nationality but not the other? This is nothing but a new segregation. This is new Nazism, for Nazism is exactly about this, that one nationality is entitled to something the other is not. One can be denied, the other cannot. And they are trying to place it at the level of the public and the legislation. This was the same in the 1930s. We cannot allow that to happen. This year, the 80th anniversary of the end of the Nuremberg Tribunal is celebrated. It condemned the crimes of the Hitler regime and it illegalized the ideology of the Nazi regime. But unfortunately, we see this ideology coming back to life in Germany and other states of the collective West. The German authorities are trying to whitewash their historical responsibility for the crimes, and they are trying to detach themselves from the crimes against the peaceful population of the Soviet Union, and they're trying not to call it a genocide, but will continue demanding that Germany show responsibility and admit the obvious historical truth. And the surprising story of human rights and freedom of speech. We receive messages from Russians living in the European Union who are concerned about the pressure by Ukrainian nationalists living in Europe, who are gathering information about our citizens and use them to create so-called blacklists and publish their personal data, including photographs and addresses. They publish it using specially created websites and resources. I would like to say that the illegal disclosure of private information may result in unlawful actions against Russian compatriots and members of their families and pose a direct threat to their security, especially keeping in mind that we see threats against the civilian population of our country every day made by the Banderites, the Kiev regime. We see the phone threats, physical threats. Today, information has been published on the prevention of another assassination attempt against the leadership of the Russian state agency by the Kiev regime. So the reason to publish and gather this personal information in Europe by the Ukrainian citizens is very clear. We have no illusions about that. We understand that this is not just social survey. The illegal actions are backed by the Ukrainian radicals and their Western curators. Intimidation, threats and blackmail are the well-known signature handwriting of the top of the Kiev regime, which has now been copied by their petty henchmen in Europe. We would like to remind you of the existence in the Russian Federation of legal mechanism for countering the illegal collection and disclosure of personal data. This is a violation of Russian law and is regulated by federal law of 27th of July 2006 on personal data, as well as the Criminal Code of the Russian Federation, Article 137 of the Criminal Code of the Russian Federation. Corresponding information has already been transmitted by us to Russian departments for legal assessment and taking measures by them in accordance with their competence. In the international legal sphere, the right to privacy is enshrined in Article 12 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and Article 17 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, which contains a ban on arbitrary and unlawful interference with private and family life. Participants in the Covenant are obliged to protect the right to privacy within their jurisdiction. Regarding the European Union, citizens' right to protection of personal data is guaranteed by the founding treaties of the European Union according to Article 8 of the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union and Article 16 of the Treaty on the Functioning of the EU. EU citizens and third country nationals legally residing in the European Union are guaranteed the right to protection of their personal data. At the same time, in the context of criminal prosecution, the EU General Data Protection Regulation operates based on the principle of exterritoriality, which applies to all operators of personal data of residents and citizens of EU countries and provides for punishment for violation of privacy. In European countries, domestic legislation defines persecution. They have different wording for that, including stalking, cyber-stalking, and doxing, the public disclosure of personal confidential information about a person on the internet without their consent, often with the aim of intimidation, revenge, or bullying, with the aim of causing victims to feel anxiety and fear for their lives as a criminally punishable act. For example, in the Netherlands, responsibility is provided in the form of a fine and even imprisonment. In Belgium, the court can impose a penalty in the form of imprisonment for up to 2 years and a fine if one of the motives is discrimination on the grounds of hatred or enmity due to origin or citizenship. Governments of European states must pay attention to the fact that illegal and socially dangerous activity of collecting and disseminating private information is being conducted on their territory. This compromises their law enforcement system, as it happens with the full connivance of the local authorities, who by their inaction create additional risks for both their citizens and persons legally residing there. We believe that compatriots have the right to and must, and we call upon them to appeal in such cases to law enforcement agencies or judicial instances of their host countries with applications concerning the disclosure of personal data, resulting threats to their security, and with a demand to block such resources. I've made the references, and we will publish additional links and information regarding the legal acts of the European Union countries. All of that can be used when filing complaints to the law enforcement agencies of the EU. Moreover, since they are subjected to pressure because of their nationality and for continuing to defend their legitimate interests as well as contributing to the preservation of Russian culture and our cultural heritage, it is natural that these issues can be raised in the form of collective or individual appeals to the UN Assistant Secretary General for Human Rights, as well as to the Office of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, to the OSCE Office for Democratic Institutions and Human Rights, and to the OSCE High Commissioner for National Minorities. What do you think? Their emails, their addresses will definitely be published in the text of today's briefing. Apart from the legal aspect, I would like to say that this problem is not so academic in nature. It is enough to recall the notoriously extremist resource Peacemaker, the Mirotvorets, which became a real card index of priority targets for terrorists and killers of the Kiev regime. The site has been functioning for more than 10 years and continues to be updated with new personal data of people who are included, and they also place marks saying that a citizen has been eliminated. This extremist resource contains hundreds of thousands of names, even children's names. They say that the information published there was used to prepare the bloody executions of the undesirables. There are no legal limitations. No legal actions or moral actions have been taken against them by the countries of the West. They do nothing against those who maintain and update this website. No one makes obstacles for the website, despite the anti-human nature of the materials published there. Even though the website is registered in Canada, it does not embarrass Ottawa or any other Western curators in NATO or the European Union, because they cannot be embarrassed by that. They are the sponsors of it. I would like to mention another important and good topic. Moscow has initiated an award for foreign citizens who have moved to Russia, have made a choice for Russia. They were not forced to do so. This was their personal choice, since they see our country as a place where they can bring forward their most important values. This is called the International Bridge of Friendship Award. Throughout all the eras of history, our country and our capital of Moscow have been a global center of attraction for outstanding minds and talents from all over the world, integrating into Russian society foreign, for example, architects. Take a look at how many buildings were designed and inspired by Rastrelli and other renowned foreign architects in Russia, as well as foreign scientists, entrepreneurs, diplomats, and cultural figures. Look at the invaluable contribution they made to the development of our country and the gratitude that they received from our country in the historical context, despite all the historical events. Even though we went through fascism, it came from Italy. Fasci is an Italian word and term. Look at their atrocities in the territory of our country. Crimea remembers. Could anyone think of cancelling the contribution of Italian architects to our Russian architecture? Or did we ever think of erasing their names or removing the plaques containing their names? We never did. The award was initiated by the Bridge Club, a public and business platform uniting foreign citizens living and working in Moscow as well as Russian professionals interested in international cooperation. The community includes more than 700 foreigners living and working in Russia. The project is implemented with the support of the Department of External Economic and International Relations of Moscow and the Agency for Strategic Initiatives. The informational partners include the RT TV channel and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Russia. In total, the award has 12 nominations, including entrepreneurship, culture, science and innovation, public activity, and traditional values. You can submit an application for the award until May 11th, inclusive, but you should hurry up. You should fill out the corresponding form on the award website. The link will be published in the text of the briefing. The jury meeting will take place on May 27. The award ceremony for the winners will take place on June 18 this year. We invite, apart from those wishing to take part in the ceremony, we invite all media representatives to cover the ceremony, especially our foreign colleagues who write about Russia. Don't write made-up stories. Come and see it for yourselves. Take interviews. Among its laureates, I can't be 100% sure, but I can predict that there will be many worthy foreign citizens living and working in Moscow and making a great contribution to maintaining and developing international relations.
So I have a suggestion to the foreign mass media. Please come and talk to him. And then you will know whether Russians want war or peace. And we have a lot of questions, and I can take them right now. We have a tradition to give the first question to International Live, but we have another tradition as well. When we come to some other place with a briefing, we always give the floor to representatives of the local mass media. So, Udmurtia Information Agency is with us. Please, you have the floor. Yes, good afternoon. Yes, Daria. Yes, I'm sorry. Let me first tell you that we will have questions in a hybrid format. These will be questions from the floor and online questions. But I would like to say that before we start to this live communication with the mass media, let me once again, on behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and for me personally, to extend my condolences to the families, to the family to Alexei Pimanov, who yesterday unfortunately passed away. You know, our foreign ministers also conveyed his condolences, and he posted his remembrance, remorse, and I believe that our minister will convey his condolences on the TV channel Zvezda. Let me say a couple of words that Alexei Pimanov will remain a professional, a great journalist. He will remain a citizen of our country who unites the best traditions of professionalism and patriotism. Without dividing these two notions, this is a man who believes that civil society was not just a word for him. He was compassionate to all the problems and tragedies experienced by our citizens. He remains forever in our souls and hearts, despite the facts, the head, the center, and the leader of Zvezda channel, and he is a presenter of Person and Law, and many people in Russia had a chance to use journalism to commit justice, to carry out justice, and to prosecute it. And he was the person who helped to return justice, belief. He believed in justice, and he did it in his acts and in his professional works. He was a friend, he was a patriot, he was a journalist, a citizen, a man. Very interesting personality. So I cannot but mention this. I see a lot of young journalists here. And you should follow the example of Alexei Pimanov, because he was the person who has not forgotten, who even never forgot art. He was inspired by it. He spoke with his heart and with his soul, using his talent. His film on Crimea, and I strongly recommend you to have a look at this, so we won't forget you, and we pay tribute to this person for everything that he did for 60 years. He did a lot. He could have made a lot more, but that is the case when every day of his life was inspired, was filled with something important. Yes, I'm so sorry, but I couldn't have mentioned this. Yes, please, you have the floor. Madam Zakharova, you were talking about the preservation of historical truth. Can you attract to this topic the young people? And do they, in order to preserve the historical memory of the Great Patriotic War? Thank you. It's not me who can assess how we should work. To be honest, and there are achievements of our work, and the Russian leadership will give an assessment to our work, likewise our people and ancestors. And we do all this work for the sake of them, not for the prizes that we can get, or some references are made to honor us. We work in order to pass to the future generations the memory of our past, so that the future generations and the citizens of our country knew our history and knew the prominent figures of our history, whose sacrifices restored our regions, cities, industrial sites, culture, who made and built Russia, who made up its cultural code and DNA. And without knowledge about the great patriotic war, and without knowledge of our history in general, it's impossible to say that our country is full. Of course, history is an integral part of Russia. Of course, Russia is a territory of great riches, and Russia is also a civilization. So it is our task today to work, to continue our work. I believe that we have achieved tangible results. And one of the main results, I can say, that in my childhood, for example, I was brought up in late 80s, and I remember the impeding vacuum of remembrance of historic memory, when historic truth was robbed from our people. This truth was replaced by false facts, replaced by fake literature, or some false books. Our truth was demonized along with the deeds of our ancestors. Using economic miseries, they forced these heroes, to abandon their prizes. And I believe that the result of this work to preserve the historic memory, of course, generally speaking, I can say that today almost all school children know about the deeds of the heroes of the Great Patriotic War among the Russian soldiers, the Soviet soldiers of the Red Army. All school children know about the victory of our country in the Great War. All school children know this, the day of the 9th of May. And I believe there won't be any attempts to rewrite our history. I believe that at some stage, at some historic stage, we have managed to make an immunity, and we need to maintain this immunity. And this is an ongoing purpose. And we need to remember how to pass over our experience to the future generations. And this is the task of not only historians or military and historic societies, but this is the task of the education society, of civil society, of parents, of course, because the preservation of the memory in the family starts from the memory of the state, and that is the task of the whole state. Yes, we've set up the foundation, but this topic is becoming more and more relevant every year, because international relations are being rewritten due to false, as they say, narratives. So history is being rewritten through justification of the abandon from international law, disrespect for the UN Charter, glorification of the Nazis, the segregation of the humankind into all those and can live in the jungles and in the blooming garden. I'm talking about the golden billion and about all those who should service the interests of the golden billion. So this is a challenge, and our foreign policy focuses on this. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs had done a lot during the 80th anniversary of the Great Patriotic War. Our embassy held a lot of events in the local mass media, all remembrance days. This is Georgian Ribbon, the Candle of Memory, and this is the Roads of Glory, and many other events involving active participation of the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, along with the events with compatriots. These are press conferences, exhibitions, receptions. Held engaging a large historical component. For example, there were a lot of performances throughout all these years. A fantastic project was the Turetsky choir, supported by the mayor of Moscow, Sergei Sobyanin, and by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Russia, our embassies abroad. This is the Song of Victory. This project, advanced by Turetsky choir, made a tour in Israel, Germany, in East Europe, in the United States of America. They sang this song in the halls, in the embassies, and I witnessed and even participated in one of these events at the UN General Assembly Hall. And we had, so the Turetsky choir participated twice in the hall of the UN General Assembly. So the veterans who are living in the US of our great patriotic wars, along with their families, they were singing this song. They were a lot of tears, and they surrounded us with the words of gratitude for holding at the United Nations, at the heart of the United Nations, for all these songs sung in the hall. So yet another important aspect is that we do not share and divide the victory like our victory and the victory of other states. It's our shared victory. Of course, I can speak for everyone. I can say that Russia is the only country who defends its memorial sites, not to mention Belarus, of course, who is a grand supporter of Russia. And we support all monuments, and we help them to preserve all these monuments, because all of them pay tribute to the victory over Nazism. We are working all together at the CSTO with the civil society. I would like to extend my gratitude to the Russian Historic Society. Together with them, we hold a portal, venue of victory.rf, so that we won't be accused of not having such monuments. We've made a section on our website, and we will add the links to today's briefing. And once again, these are the ancestors who will give an assessment to our work. So let us move on. Is Udmurt Pravda with us? Yes, please. I don't know everyone, so please don't hesitate. Albina Chikudzinova. On the 26th of April, there will be 40 years of the Chernobyl disaster. So I would like to know what's happening there. Yes, thanks a lot. On the 26th of April is a special date, not for the citizens of Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine. This is a date for everyone. It's not a Remembrance Day of the victims of the Chernobyl disaster. This is the day which recalls on the importance of the nuclear safety. So this day we remember the deed of Soviet liquidators who managed within the short terms and amid harsh conditions to build a defensive wall in order to protect the waters, the underground waters, and make the some kind of a protection construction which was very unique, even a unique construction. So we remember all of them, and we will make the link to the text of the briefing in order to pay tribute to them. We remember all those victims who suffered from cancer diseases. The Ukrainian experts say that this is another topic related to this date. Due to instability of construction, which was erected amid emergency circumstances, this construction requires repair, needs to be repaired. And Western countries, in helping Ukraine in order so that the Ukraine could kill people, so all of them who are funding Ukraine, they know the state of the Chernobyl construction, but they don't allocate funds to repair the construction, although this is a well-known sum of months. This is a reasonable sum of money. But nevertheless, all these countries prefer to militarize Ukraine rather than allocate funds for the construction or reconstruction of the facility. They can say that and justify that this construction was damaged by the Russian drone. These are not simple words. The Kiev regime tried to stage such a thing in February 2025. It was not by occasion in February, on the eve of the Munich conference on security, so that to start this conference. But this provocation was so rude, so no one believed in it. We see that the Kiev regime and securitors tried to use this situation with the Chernobyl nuclear power plant as a blackmailing, a horrible blackmailing to the detriment of themselves. But Ukrainians don't care about this. I even quoted the Ukrainian one of the editors of the Ukraine Pochta, who took his family abroad. And where are children of Zelensky? They are far, far away. They are not in Ukraine. They can be wherever, but not in Ukraine. People don't understand that there is a nuclear threat in the world. So let us look at the aggression against Iran, which led to oil spills in the Strait of Hormuz. And this was news, and all these spills were seen on the banks of some other states, and no one knew what to do with them. And radiation, as for the radiation from nuclear sites, they don't know what to do with this. This is due to their illiteracy and misanthropic attitude.
Of course, the Kiev regime uses the topic of the Chernobyl power plant and the power plant itself to create threats. In its lying anti-Russian information warfare, they don't think about the consequences of the destruction of the sarcophagus. They do it for their own self-centered, corrupt interests. I would like to ask the question to Brussels. As your officials take decisions, including Ursula von der Leyen, Kaja Kallas and so on, when you allocate billions to assist the Kiev regime in its terrorist attacks, don't you ever consider the fact that Your predecessors in Brussels exactly this many years ago, in the times of the Chernobyl catastrophe, they said that the consequences were felt in Western Europe. Can't you remember that? Don't you ever consider your common security? If that's it for you, do we have TASS Information Agency? Hello, Madam Zakharova, Anna Tsukhanova, TASS Agency. Recently, the European Union adopted a decision to allocate a loan of 19 billion euro to Ukraine in exchange for a number of conditions. Previously, Hungary blocked the allocation of these funds. How could you comment on the decision by Brussels, and what signals does this send to the position of the Hungarian authorities after the elections that took place in the country? Thank you. This is yet another decision made by Brussels to the detriment of its own citizens and to the detriment of the interests of the current citizens of the European Union and the future generations, to the detriment of the European business too. I will give you a few figures. They are verifiable and real. Take a look. The countries of the European Union have debt, even now. And as of today, the debts are larger than their national GDP. Belgium, 106%. In France, 116%, Italy, 140%, Germany, 150%. These are the countries that until recently were the most well-off. They were the most advanced in terms of economy. We also see greater risks of increased national debt, in particular in Germany. Look at the GDP growth rates of these countries. Perhaps they have some advanced growth rates that can cover up for the aforementioned figures, but no. The GDP growth in the Eurozone was only 1.3% year on year. The GDP growth does not cover up for their national debt. And against this backdrop, they make new loans from the European citizens for the sake of Ukrainian freedom, but in essence in order to commit terrorist attacks and to continue total militarization that may result in catastrophic consequences on the European continent. What will the result look like? New loans to the Kiev regime taken from the European citizens will only increase the national budget deficit and would become an additional factor that would destabilize the financial system of the European Union. What is the reserve that they could use? What should happen or what can happen to avoid a catastrophe? Nothing like that. The situation that we are seeing in the Persian Gulf would only exacerbate everything that's taking place now. Since the new loan would be subject to return only when Ukraine gets compensations for the damages and losses suffered from Russia, these funds can be considered an additional income of the insatiable bankrupt Kiev regime. Essentially, these are irredeemable losses for the European Union itself. And now, speaking of the position of Hungary, in my view, I believe that they would better refrain from early conclusions. So far, we have not seen the steps made by the new Hungarian government. Let us wait and see how things proceed, and then we will comment on the specific steps rather than positions. Now, if I may, International Affairs magazine, joining us online today. Yes, hello, Madam Zakharova. I have a question regarding other elections in Europe, in Bulgaria, specifically, that recently took place. What is the view of the Russian ministry on the victory of the Bulgarian ex-president's party's victory at the elections? The elections in Bulgaria, just like in any other sovereign state, is a matter for the Hungarian people or the people of the relevant sovereign state. However, since you are not the only ones asking the question. We also had a great number of requests from Russian and foreign mass media outlets, and since the names are well known to all of us, here is what I can say. The solid victory of the Progressive Bulgaria party, led by ex-president of this country, Roman Radov, at the elections, on the one hand shows the level of respect and trust enjoyed by this political figure. On the other hand, it manifests a strong request by the Bulgarian society for changes and a dissatisfaction by the majority of the citizens, and this was the main reason. The widespread of oligarchy, corruption, the exacerbating social and economic issues. This is what the Bulgarians are willing to change, apparently. Progressive Bulgaria Party will receive the absolute majority of the places in the parliament, and they will be able to work disregarding the opinions of any other political parties. We must be mindful of the scale of the issues that this political force is about to deal with. Going down to the personality of Roman Radov, as a head of state, he showed himself as a supporter of responsible foreign policy. This is what we are really interested in. He pursued a policy based on priorities of Bulgarian national interests. We understand that each country has its own national interests. We are supportive of developing relations with the state who clearly understand their own national interests and are willing to accept the national interests of other states as well. By the way, only a couple of years ago, many would say that each country has its own national interests and that's why we should work with them. But here's the thing. Today, we see an entire generation of regimes who go against their own national interests and the interests of their own people. They only follow the orders that they receive from other supranational structures. And this has once again been manifested by the European Union regarding Hungary. Look at how many punches Hungary has been receiving before the elections, and look how it's changed after the elections. Immediately following the elections, Hungary has received its goals and directives and orders from the European Union. Even though Hungary is a sovereign state, it would seem that Hungary is capable of dealing with its problems on its own, but it looks otherwise. Don't think I'm using some banal wording. It is very relevant today. Any country promoting its own national interests and standing ready to implement them is acting quite boldly from the point of view of the logic of the Western aggressive minority. As President of Bulgaria, he showed a balanced approach to key international issues, including the crisis in the relations between Russia and the collective West that we did not initiate. Just like in any other case, we will proceed from the specific steps that are to be taken by the new Bulgarian leadership. We will judge them by their specific actions. And that is how we will establish our opinion. Thank you very much. And another question, if I may. Recently, a collective statement by NATO was published regarding the non-compliance by Russia and China of the Non-Proliferation Treaty. A quote, if I may. Russia violated most important obligation on arms control and irresponsibly used threatening rhetoric. China continues to rapidly diversify its nuclear arsenal without due transparency. How could you comment on this statement? This is quite ridiculous, because this is all characterized by a single phrase in Russia that about the boy who cries wolf. And we see that there are no facts supporting such statements. This aggressive rhetoric by NATO countries against China, well, here we'd better wait for reaction from Beijing. I think our Chinese colleagues would have something to say here. They also would spare no words. As for Russia, we have seen numerous attempts to place toxic brands and promote various NATO insinuations on this topic. They do this regularly. They try to accuse our country of irresponsible use, or rather irresponsible threats of nuclear rhetoric. Can you give any examples of irresponsible nuclear rhetoric promoted by the Russian Federation? Take a look at the statements of the Russian president. They are all published on the same day, both the videos and the transcripts. You can check everything. You can search through them. You can read through all of them. Has the Russian president ever made any irresponsible nuclear rhetoric? Has he made any threats of the use of nuclear weapons? Has it ever happened? Quite the contrary. We have regular answers to journalist questions. We have our doctrines and strategy documents. We have statements at international fora, like the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum, where this topic received special attention during the panel discussion. We can take a look at various articles and programs that are published on the official websites. They all say that the nuclear weapon topic should be used responsibly, even in rhetoric. This is what we've been calling to always. The same can be said for the Foreign Ministry and the Defense Ministry. There is no statement or speech that could be classified as aggressive nuclear rhetoric. Everything is quite the opposite. We are always in favor of responsibility, even as this topic is mentioned in public space or during specialized discussions, not to mention practical affairs. Why is NATO doing this? Groundless accusations are the traditional toolkit of their political informational work. Before the review conference of the Non-Proliferation Treaty, they once again raised this issue in order to create certain pretexts and preconditions for criticism, or simply for aggressive rhetoric against our country. And now let's take a look at what they are doing. I would like to give them a mirror, I would say, but I don't want to waste my money on that. Here's the dilemma I'm facing. If they found a mirror, they would see their own reflection. They would see their own malicious activities, their own expansion to the east, their geopolitical aspiration for a geopolitical exploration of the post-Soviet space. They would look at the mirror and see their own attempts to turn Ukraine into their own platform for attacks. They would see their own sponsorship of terrorist attacks by the Kiev regime against nuclear sites. They would see their own nuclear blackmail done by Zelensky that they're financing. They would see everything they are doing, everything that damages our core security interests. We also see that they continue to pursue their own destabilizing practices of joint nuclear missions by NATO countries. For decades, they have been damaging the NPT regime. The majority of NPT participant states don't take such NATO rhetoric seriously, especially since NATO openly proclaimed itself a nuclear alliance. How about thinking of this? This was once again confirmed by another statement by NATO countries. Moreover, so NATO, the majority of which are non-nuclear states, is now shamelessly boasting its intention to remain a nuclear alliance for the entire historical period of the existence of nuclear weapons. How does this all intertwine in their heads? That's impossible to understand. And these are the slogans that they will bring to the NPT Review Conference, which begins at the end of April this year in New York. Very soon. What is it? Cynicism, disease, or audacity? I think it's all of that taken together. And the NATO discussions of certain mythical violations by Russia of arms control obligations are just as cynical. What did we violate? Where are the facts? Take a look at yourselves in the mirror. The full NATO support stimulates Washington to take additional steps to reach a system of agreements, or rather to dismantle the existing system of agreements on arms control in order to ensure the Western military domination over any adversary. I can give you specific examples. The chain of treaties that have become a thing of the past as a result of this destructive policy. This chain is quite long. The 2002 US withdrawal from the ABM Treaty, the recent categorical refusal by the US to preserve the START Treaty by imposing self-restrictions. All of this is carried out against the backdrop of Washington's statements of its intention to continue building up nuclear arsenal over the START Treaty and the treaty limitations. All of this goes against the Nuclear Test Ban Treaty, which has not been ratified by the United States. And apart from all of that, we cannot forget about the destabilizing steps by France and Britain, which go against their obligations under NPT, and these say that they should not provoke an arms race. Let me remind you that everyone who monitors this topic may remember London and Paris have assumed a clear and open course to build up their own national nuclear capacity, while London is involved in deepening and growing the joint nuclear NATO missions, and Paris has started an initiative to promote advanced nuclear deterrence,
which provides direct involvement of non-nuclear European countries and who can deploy French nuclear forces. Right now, let's come back to the formulations we were scared of and blamed for. That we are responsibly use the nuclear rhetoric. What I've just said proves that this is NATO's irresponsible behavior, nuclear rhetoric. There is an agreement, there is a treaty, which is very clear, and they manipulate these topics and do it on a daily basis. The British and French authorities, along with the ruling elites in many other European states, who are prosecuting anti-Russia campaign, are trying to de-escalate the situation. They are trying to put this on a new level, and their purpose is quite clear. Probably they do want to intimidate their population with the mythical threat posed by Russia. And this is another example of irresponsible nuclear rhetoric. And for what purposes? In order to pursue the policy of total militarization of Europe. To the detriment of other spheres and to the detriment of lives of their own people. Completing the era of the so-called Western well-being, making them the victims of the crimes. And that's not it. In the context of the Treaty on Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, we should recall that thanks to the timely and revealed by our special services information, we revealed and, I believe, prevented the handover of elements of nuclear arms and nuclear technologies to the Kiev regime. And this would have become a criminal undermining of the Treaty on Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons. And of course, in this context, we should mention the attack on the IAEA guarantees, and I'm talking about unprovoked and unjustified, and I would say illegitimate attacks of Israel and the United States on Iran. So first and foremost, these facts of aggression are a flagrant example of the use of the violation of the NPT regime, which used their own pretext to use military power against unwanted governments in order to oust them. They go even further. They are aiming at destroying the whole civilization. But there is another component. These attacks were made for the interests of Israel, the state which historically ignores the NPT treaty, but makes such claims against other countries. The United States, which is a part of this aggression, signed the NPT treaty and is one of the depositories of this treaty. So all these steps on behalf of NATO, yet once again, damage the global regime of nuclear non-proliferation regime, which is of course based on NPT treaty. They interfere the full-fledged implementation of the purposes and discriminates international law. And the states parties of the upcoming review conference will have to assess NATO actions. So we are ready for this work. We will make all the efforts and we will brief you on the progress. So let us come back to the floor. I know that we have a question from Udmurtia channel. Udmurtia channel, Yelena Abukovskaya. Good afternoon. I have a question on tourism. In Udmurtia there are... Yes, I'm ready. Today you've made welcoming remarks about our tourism. We actively develop this sphere. So I wonder your opinion on the potential. What do you think about the potential to attract tourists from our friendly states to the Russian regions, not to the capitals, not to the huge cities, but to the regions? Yes, once again. Can you please repeat your question? What do you need to do so that foreign tourists come to the Russian regions rather than to the capitals and great centers? So let us focus on this question right now. So in fact, this topic is very interesting, and of course the relevant ministries that are dealing with tourism should take this question and of course in my personal perspective, I would say that we have a great potential in terms of our internal tourism. And it's not just my perception, but it's the global experience as well. I've seen how the tourist sphere in China is developing, which has always been happy to accept foreign guests, but nevertheless its domestic tourism is quite developed. So firstly, this is not for just entertainment, this is for knowledge. People who live in the country should know about their country. And to be honest, in Russia it's a great challenge. There are people in Russia who, until their late ages, they have not ever visited capitals. Because, of course, I don't blame anyone, because people live different lives and there are many problems in front of them. But we need to develop the internal domestic tourism in the country. And among the first objectives, to prioritize the knowledge of ourselves. Of course, my second point is tourism for recreation purposes. And I mean the leisure that gives power. And our regions offer a lot of opportunities. It's nature, other opportunities. It offers various opportunities for everyone in terms of money, interests, and age, of course. So, I will talk about international tourism as well, but we should not neglect and should prioritize our domestic tourism. And it gives a significant effect and benefit to the country as well. When you get acquainted to people in the regions, when you talk to them, I hear one and the same word, that we have never imagined that our country is so great. For example, in the Krasnodar region there are limanos, that Sakhalin is famous for fishery resources and is famous for its nature, landscapes, and there are wonderful regions in Russia. But your question concerned international tourism, so let us come back to it. The region is already famous for their fests, holidays, which I've mentioned already. Let me remind you, to everyone who are watching us online, Izhevsk has become one of the laureates as the city of tourism, tourist cities of Russia. So one of the destination points is the international event held in Udmurtia. This is ethnic and gastronomic festival. This is the dumpling day. This is the circus fests, sports events. And the international participation is quite significant here. I understand that Moscow and St. Petersburg are envious. Likewise, Sochi and Yekaterinburg and Vladivostok as well, because they host a lot of fora. But nevertheless, Volgograd, Kazan, Kaliningrad, Irkutsk, Murmansk, Novosibirsk, Nizhny Novgorod, and other cities have become popular tourist destinations, and they have all opportunities. And Udmurtia has all the opportunities as well. The Minister of Foreign Affairs is among the expert councils which pursues the program which helps the regions to enter international markets, tourist markets. And it has support as backing of the government, and they are promoted abroad. This is about Amur, Tulsk region, the Tyumen region, the Republic of Altai, Khanty-Mansiysk region, Yugra, Udmurtia are among those who get state support. and Udmurtia is among the first ones who participated in the selection process. So what we can do? We can help in hosting presentations of the potential of the region in our foreign missions, foreign representation missions. We can host another of events for the diplomatic corps in Moscow, and of course multilateral fora. We can make presentations, for example, at our foreign missions in UNESCO in Paris, for example. So welcome, use all the platforms available to you. We're open to cooperate with you, and we have great experience working with other regions. I think that it's not my task here, but nevertheless, I'd like to remind you that better hotel infrastructure attracts more tourists, and I'm persuaded that the new international air terminal in Izhevsk and direct international flights planned for by the end of the year will attract the region for the tourists, for foreign tourists. So let us move on. Is Sputnik with us? We have online question. Are you with us? Yes. Yes, Madam Zakharova. Good afternoon. Madam Muhammadshina, Radio Sputnik. What is your comment, Madam Zakharova, on the approval by EU on the 23rd of April of this year of another package of unilateral sanctions against Russia? I think that the main word of the 20th package of the sanctions, anti-Russia sanctions of EU, can be called by the statement from Brussels that they have just started to work over the 21st package. This is fun. Today we were talking about the safety construction of the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. And this is another scenario of this absurdity. In Europe, among those whom you are caring of, I'm talking about Ukraine, the roof is leaking over the Chernobyl nuclear power stations after the nuclear disaster. And I think all this group of lawyers, all this team consisting of lawyers, economists, they should have ensured their own security, and I'm talking about the security of the Chernobylsk nuclear power plant. All the cynicism and these criminal actions and intolerance, negligence, all the toolbox available to you that will come up. They are betting on the restricting opportunities for export of oil and carbons, of Russian oil and carbons. And right now, the whole world is following the affairs in the Middle East and wondering how can you get hydrocarbons to ensure the development, energy supplies. But the European Union continues to shorten their leg. They continue to do so with harsh consequences for themselves. But nevertheless, they are pursuing this objective, every time saying like a prayer that they will continue to do so. And all their actions, and I'm talking about restriction of Russian export of hydrocarbons, this is all unfolding amid the global energy crisis that is perceived in all corners of the world, and I'm talking about the lack of energy resources all across the globe. This crisis and all the third countries and the former colonies, they are mocking, they are laughing, they can't believe that the states who lectured them on how to become more civilized, who lecture them on how to deal, how to do business, they take some suicidal decision. Maybe there should be some hidden intentions, but maybe these intentions should be very clear for the experts. And I'm talking about the decisions and the solutions to this crisis. But in fact, there are no solutions. Trying to destabilize the global energy markets, Brussels is shooting its own leg, and then the developing countries as well, who cannot ensure the procurement of energies because the prices are too high. Let me repeat, the EU itself cannot pay more money for energy. So right now, it's not just about the support on paper for the developing states. It's about the existential crisis for the EU itself. There is one minor aspect. The EU countries got used to live in debt, and I've cited you some figures, today's figures. Probably they believe they will have a kind of an opportunity, I'm sorry for repeating the words, so they are trying to militarize Europe once again, so that to hide all and everyone and everything and all the reasons, because it's all so stupid. And apart from demining and compromising of energy security, this package of sanctions naturally threatens the food security, because once again export and import restrictions are being implemented as well, including fertilizers. And let us recall 2022, when the same EU and its Brussels bureaucratic cabinet were fighting for the grain that should have been deblocked, charging our country of hunger, that Russia prevails any grain supplies. And right now, these two countries who urged for food security now take measures in order to shut down this and to damage this food security. So this all goes in conflict with the overwhelming majority, and the countries whose economic operators are becoming in the blacklists of the EU is growing, and this is amid conversations about human rights and concern for the developing states. So let us have a look what countries are will be directly restricted. These are China, UAE, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Belarus, Turkey, Indonesia. So these countries so the EU didn't call these countries as enemies. In fact, they didn't want to inflict strategic defeat on these countries. So why do they damage this country? Why do they threaten this risk with all these illegitimate tools? So this is a kind of a package of measures. But unfortunately, we should see the nature of all these measures. So here we see some alien interests being pursued. This is an attack on the European continent and the globe as a whole. This is hypocrisy, so Russia condemns any illegitimate unilateral sanctions, coercive measures, and many countries share our attitude. We will adopt some reciprocal measures in Russia. They will be tough ones, in line with our interests.
I would like to say once again that they'd better repair the Chernobyl sarcophagus. Is the Rus-Pakistan agency with us? If not, let us move forward. Do we have the Izhevsk internet portal? I know you're here in the hall. Hello, this is Dmitry Sokolov. Izhevsk has hundreds or thousands of students from India. This is a direct result of improved Russia's diplomatic ties with this country. Is Russia planning to expand humanitarian and educational links with any other more remote countries? And what country could send its students to Izhevsk in the future? I don't know if there are any more remote countries that could expand educational contacts with us. We have a great number of students from the countries of Africa and Latin America. What could be more remote? What geographical region? The United States of America and Canada have banned themselves from any contacts with our country, even though we never segregated anyone. Latin America, South America send their students. The African continents as well. I don't think this is a matter of geography. I think this is a matter of interest to develop this area of our relations. The President of the Russian Federation has set forward a goal to increase the number of foreign students by 2030, studying in Russian universities and institutions, and we even have a goal of 500,000 people. To achieve this goal, together with the relevant agencies and ministries, our Foreign Ministry and Education Ministry work to improve the mechanisms of attracting foreign students to Russia. In particular, we improved the selection of foreign students and people without citizenship. We have established the quotas by the Russian Federation, and as part of the quota selection process, foreign citizens have the right to select educational facilities all over our country, and they have a great choice and different universities with different reputations and topics for studies. Different regions of Russia make a great contribution to reaching this goal, including the Udmurt Republic, and we are ready to provide an opportunity to everyone. I was talking about raising tourism attraction. You also have all the opportunities to demonstrate the advantages of education in the Udmurt Republic. You may work through our embassies, and we would gladly organize any events that would shed light on your universities, and we would distribute the materials and so on. Let us take another question online. RT Balkans, please. Good afternoon, Madam Zakharova, Marchelena, RT Balkan. We have two questions for you today. The European Commissioner for Expansion, Martikos, who previously directly interfered into the internal political affairs of Serbia, previously made a request that Alexander Volin doesn't become a minister of the government of Serbia for his close links with Russia. What ended up happening is that Martikos now threatens Serbia with depriving it from access to the European Union and its finances due to the laws taken by the Serbian parliament and due to the fact that Serbia didn't introduce sanctions against Russia. Madam Zakharova, in your view, what do you think could be the consequences for Serbia be if we comply with the demands of the European Commissioner? If the EU is promising to compensate for everything from the European funds? I would like to say that, judging by the statements which are made and stated by Brussels against Serbia, the European Union and the entire EU bureaucracy is treating Serbia and Serbians as the vassals. Who gave them the right to do so? Why are they acting in such a way with a sovereign state, with a free people who for many times throughout their history defended their right bearing weapons, and through their own achievements you have defended the right to peaceful life, and now the Europeans are treating them as if they are slaves. Serbians are no slaves, and Brussels is no master for Serbia. There are no facts of history, no preconditions. There are no possibilities to even imagine that such attitudes by Brussels towards a sovereign country, especially Serbia, which has suffered so much throughout its history, could be accepted as normal. No, this is not normal, very far from it. This is unacceptable. Any moral teachings from Brussels towards Serbia and Belgrade have become so systemic and chronicle that it really looks like a disease. The Serbian leadership regularly talks about this, and they emphasize the non-impartial and even audacious approaches by Brussels and their bigotry. And look at what the Serbians themselves admit. They believe in Europe, they believe that the expansion is a geopolitical tool. They don't want the new members to become richer or more well-off, more well-educated, more developed. Nothing of the sort. They only expand to make sure that the Brussels spider web gets additional nodes, that the spider grows ever bigger to tangle everyone. They have nothing to do with morality. They are only interested in threats, aggression, stealing. This was stated by the High Representative of the EU for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, Kaja Kallas. Although I would rather call her a low representative, judging by her actions. On March 31st, after the informal foreign minister meeting in Kiev, she said that they use a very ridiculous word, Euro-aspiring countries, Euro-aspirants. So, under the guise of completing the conditions by the Euro-aspirants, they are deprived of their independence. They are forcing these countries to get involved in the decisions of the European Union that go against their own national interests. The conditions set forward for the EU aspirants, but I would like to repeat, they are not EU aspirants. They are sovereign states that would like to build a common space in Europe. So these conditions are very unacceptable for that, and essentially they are being abused as sources of free labor resources. This is not about the fair exchange of labor resources. No, they're first driving them into desperation, and then they're being lured in by money as cheap labor. Those who are trying to preserve their nation with their own history, with their own national pride and culture and sovereignty, they are trying to blackmail them, pressure them. They're getting provoked. And they're simply setting forward conditions that they would not get any money unless they reject their independent policy. This is what Marta Kos did, as you mentioned. She said that Serbia would get nothing unless Serbia, and so on. That's how they talk. What kind of a tone is that? And the chair of National Skupština, the parliament, Lavic, took note of the threats by the EU Special Rapporteur on Serbia, the Croatian Tanjin Picula, to deprive the Serbians of EU financement. These threats were made before the Orthodox Easter. This is so symbolic. On the eve of Easter, Serbians, as Orthodox religious people who defend their traditions, before Easters, people usually get presents, give each other presents. But these people, I think the EU doesn't even treat them as people. The only thing they receive for Easter is threats, aggressive rhetoric and blackmail. This is quite telling. It shows the cynicism of the EU bureaucracy and reveals their true attitude towards Belgrade and the Serbians. They don't want to see them as equal partners. They want to tame the Serbians, want to teach them that they cannot be equals. Any steps towards Brussels only increase their appetites in Brussels. They demand even more compromises. There is a telling example of North Macedonia, which agreed to very painful constitutional changes and even joined NATO, but got nothing in return in terms of European integration. And now, in case of Belgrade, the EU demands sanctions against Russia, against our country, which has been so helpful towards Serbia. We are a real source of their well-being. And they do it when everyone is seeking energy resources, and the Serbians are forced by Brussels to reject their own energy resources. So that against the backdrop of the degrading European economy, they would seem less well off. The Europeans themselves have lost the ability to protect their national interest. In the EU, these measures have resulted in inflation, a political crisis, the deindustrialization, the decreased growth rates, and underdevelopment. These are their own figures that they're showing others. No European funds could compensate anything to the Serbian economy. They would move in the other direction, down to rock bottom. Brussels is unsatisfied with the presence of third countries in Serbia. They believe the Balkans are their own domain, their own vassals. Apparently, they would not stop at that demand to sever economic ties with Russia. They would move even further. Do you have another question? Yes, we do. On April 16, the chair of Moldovan Parliament, Igor Gross, made an inappropriate statement against the Russian ambassador in Chisinau, Alexirov. But he said they would not expel him, that he's free to keep working for some time. How could you comment on that statement regarding the Russian ambassador? I think we could use the same wording against Igor Gross, the chair of the Moldovan Parliament. He could go for a walk somewhere too. The ambassador of the Russian Federation in Moldova will keep working, and he is doing so. Unlike many of those who currently have leadership roles in Moldova, Ambassador Ozerov is known all over the world as an outstanding professional and a specialist. Is Igor Grosso known in the world? I'm not sure, and I don't know his reputation. I have failed to find anything about him, apart from political manipulations and jumping from post to post. I know nothing else of his achievements, unlike the achievements of Ambassador Ozerov, who is an outstanding diplomat and a top-class professional who is known and respected all over the world. Let us move forward. We have the Media Corporation of China. Yes, good afternoon. We have one question today. Recently, the international community has been closely monitoring the process of US-Iranian negotiations. Everyone calls to resume the talks to avoid further escalation. However, the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, recently said that the war with Iran was not over. Moreover, he also said, I quote, that small Israel and our great friend the United States bear the burden of the entire Western civilization, end of quote. The question is, how does Russia treat such statements, and would they undermine the fragile peace process? The belligerent rhetoric, I must say, would not help achieve progress in finding settlement for the unprecedented escalation around Iran. And the responsibility for the crisis, as we said many times, is borne by the United States and Israel. Therefore, the Russian side welcomed the beginning on April 8th of a 2-week ceasefire or a cessation of hostilities between the United States and Iran. It was supported by Israel. We have taken note of the new statements by the US President on the readiness to extend the ceasefire regime, and this would provide an opportunity to continue constructive dialogue between the American and Iranian representatives, and we hope that they would manage to resolve any existing contradictions and differences and reach final settlement. We are convinced of the need for further development of the situation in the political and diplomatic track. We are maintaining contacts with all the sides, and we continue making calls to refrain from any steps that would undermine the political and diplomatic efforts or repeated armed hostilities that could once again jeopardize stability and security of the entire Middle Eastern region. Thank you very much. Thank you. Do we have the Xinhua Agency? Hello? Xinhua Agency here. Recently, Prime Minister of Japan sent a ritual offering to the Sigune Temple, which is considered to be a symbol of Japanese militarism and military aggression. The government of Japan, therefore, officially reviewed the 3 principles of the transfer of military equipment and technology to ensure exports of weapons, including lethal weapons. In the beginning of this month, Japan sent its forces to take part in the US-Filipino military exercises. What is your view regarding these actions by Japan? Thank you. This temple is well known. We regularly make comments on the Isakuni temple. The recent event reaffirms that the Takaichi administration continues to ignore the feelings of the people of neighboring states who suffered from the actions of militarist Japan during World War II. The atrocious, horrific acts. This once again showcases the policy of official Tokyo, the complete and blatant disregard for lessons of history, whitewashing of terrible atrocities of the past. We once again call upon the government of Japan to fully recognize the outcome of World War II, to reject the course to accelerated remilitarization, which has once brought sorrow and suffering to the peoples of Asia, including the Japanese people. We closely monitor Tokyo's steps to liberalize the exports of weapons and military equipment, and we see this as a deliberate rejection of Japan's 80-year-long pacifist paradigm of foreign policy, which is stated in law. As for the recent decision that you mentioned in your question, I would like to emphasize that through diplomatic channels we have received the confirmation of Japan that they exported dual-use and technologies and weapons cannot be exported to armed conflict zones, including Ukraine, and they said their intention to strengthen the controls for certification for the end user.
Large-scale maritime exercises, we can say that we're permanently broadcasting Tokyo, saying to Tokyo that we are alarmed by its alliance with the United States because of these quasi-alliances, and these steps just escalate tensions in this part of the world and are not conducive to stability and harmonious coexistence and co-development. Yes, thank you very much. Is Reuters with us? Yes, good afternoon. We have a question on Cuba. President Trump on the 18th of April made a statement promising new freedom to Cuba. And my question is whether Russia is ready to continue its support for Cuba, and if the conflict turns into a hot phase, can we say that this situation is very clear with Dulce, with what was happening in Venezuela. Yes, I haven't heard everything. Yes, President Trump promised the new dawn era, and Trump makes also promises to make America great again. At first, I don't know whether he's going to ensure this dawn to Cuba, or whether he then will transform America into a great power, or vice versa. I don't know. It's a kind of a theory. But nevertheless, we can wonder. Now for this freedom. This freedom is long waited only in the United States, because in 1823, and this is 200 years ago, the State Secretary John Quincy Adams, he then became the president of the country, expressed the theory of Spilma fruit. It's like the backyard of the fresh fruit, saying that political gravitation will lead to the fact when Cuba will become under control of the United States. So this one's the comparison, comparing Cuba with a green apple which fell on the ground. But in fact, it was not on the ground. It fell not on the ground, but on America, on American soil. And this is a diplomatic statement. The policy of unprecedented pressure on this island of liberty, and that's why it is called an island of liberty, because it's defending liberty for many years, causes outrage of the international community, because Cuba is deprived of freedom. In 2025, the UN General Assembly for the 33rd time adopted a resolution calling the US to stop economic financial embargo against Cuba. These are our stifling measures. This document, this Secretary General, was adopted by the majority of votes. 165 countries voted for. The same resolutions are being adopted by the General Assembly on an annual basis since 1992. Right now there is blackmailing, there is a threat of using force so that Cuba be liberated, be free of. This threat is being used with a weapon. This is all unfolding amid the ongoing conflict unleashed by the United States in the other part of the world. The use of unilateral coercive measures that contradict the international law or the UN Charter, the United States believed that is not enough. Amid targeted and malicious escalation of tensions with Cuba, we reaffirm that we remain steadfast with the fraternal people of Cuba. Our position is well known. We deny blackmailing, threats, and this is all comes along with this demonstrative and aggressive pressure of Washington on Havana for the purpose of interference and to dismantle the statehood of the state. Yes, thank you. Is Virelk with us? Today we have one question. In the week of the Genocide Day, over the last days, the Stepanakert, Azerbaijan, destroyed 2 Romanian churches. A cathedral church was destroyed as well. So what can you say about these barbaric acts? Please, can you tell me whether there was any reaction, official reaction from Yerevan? Yes, Yerevan has its own policies and has its own policy. I know that Prime Minister didn't say anything. So, and I wonder why there was no feedback from Armenia. And of course, Russia will make a comment. That's so that everyone understood, and Russia knows all about desecration of monuments. We know everything about the shared periods of history and when the monuments are being demolished. And we don't have any double standards in this case. We have one single standard that you that it's forbidden to do so in any part of the world, irrespective of logistic and economic political reasons. You can negotiate and find common grounds. Let me recall you that the trilateral agreement, high-level agreement, concluded between 2020 and 2022 between Armenia and Azerbaijan provides for the humanitarian reconciliation track, including the topics of return and exchange of all detainees, careful attitude towards monuments of architecture, memorial complexes, sharing of information among the relevant agencies to search for the missing persons. As you know, over the public opinion, this request is quite relevant today, and your request just confirms the relevance of this request. So I believe that this question, your question, should be asked to the leadership of Armenia. Yes, thank you. Is Susanin Information Agency with us? Yes, Madam Zakharova, good afternoon. You've said a couple of words on Cuba, but let me add a minor remark. Cuba is known, so it is close to us in terms of culture, social culture. So if the United States invades Cuba, what will be Russia's response? And comment whether we will have a kind of reaction from Russia. We haven't changed our position. We remain steadfast that Russia and Cuba have historic ties of friendship forged throughout the history. We have always sided with Cuba in its fight for independence, in its right to develop and follow its own path and live according to their own rules and defend their national interests. And we have been witnessing that Cuba does so in accordance with the international law. So it poses no threat to anyone. So we will continue to support our Cuban friends to render this humanitarian aid to Cuba. And amid this artificially confrontation situation, Russia confirms its solidarity with the government and fraternal people of Cuba. So I won't repeat all that I have already said. So as for the force scenarios, the scenario of use of force, it's not up to me to make such comments. In terms of humanitarian aid, we do a lot in order to support and to back the country which deserves human support, the overall global support. So Russia does what it can. So let us take online question. Is Anadolu agency with us? Yes, good afternoon, Madam Zakharova. Anadolu, we have two questions. Madam Zakharova, I'm sorry for returning to the 40 Israelis detained, but the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Israel has said that even made a release and a warning to its citizens not to go to our country. So we're asking for your comment. Maybe you can say something, a couple of words about these detainees. I'm not in the capacity of making such comments. Every country has its own procedures, and in terms of the border crossing. And when I went to Israel, irrespective of the passport I have, whether it's a diplomatic or a general passport, you should undergo all the security measures. And I remember quite well all the procedures I got, and my luggage, the content of my luggage was a little bit different, because I was told that my luggage was analyzed and was searched for by the security services, and I believe it was in 2017. I visited Israel for the holy purposes. So these are their own rules and procedures. But on the other hand, this should be done in a respectful way. But nevertheless, the Israeli citizens, likewise the citizens of other states, undergo all security measures at the border on an equal and mutually respectful basis. So I don't have any other comments on this case. So unfortunately we see some weird refusal to our citizens who want to come to Israel. We regularly have informed the Israel government about such cases, and we are being explained that these are the security requirements. So I think that it's up to them, and I don't have any comments on this, whether these have any grounds or not. I just wonder that they don't make any comments on other security procedures. And my second question, yes, thank you. Maybe you have seen this film about the destruction of the statue of Jesus Christ allegedly by the Israeli soldier. Can you make a comment on that? I believe that everyone, the whole world, has seen this footage, and this can be, and of course the demolition of the statue of Jesus Christ in South Lebanon is a barbarian act. It cannot be justified. But what is most important here is that the leadership of the state of Israel, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Israel, Tzahal representatives made official excuses. They did not say that these were fakes, but they said that all the perpetrators will be punished, and that is extremely important, and we appreciate all these measures adopted and taken by the official leadership of Israel. And so another important piece of information, that on the 23rd of April, with peacekeepers from the temporary mission of UN in Lebanon, this statue was restored. Yes, thank you very much, and now we are wrapping up. Is Newsroom with us? Madam Zakharova, good afternoon. Newsroom is with you. We have two questions. The first, Germany summoned our ambassador in Kyiv, saying that Moscow tries to weaken the support of Ukraine, and I'm talking about the publication of the Defense Ministry of Russia of the enterprises that manufacture drones for Kyiv. What is Russia's official comment on this incident? We have a good tradition. When our ambassadors are summoned, they use this opportunity for awareness raising. So what is unfolding in Ukraine? We've already mentioned that the pumping of weapons with weapons and money turns Germany into a direct sponsor of international terrorism. We want Germany from further escalation of this topic. We urged, using all diplomatic opportunities, Germany to stop militarizing the country under the slogans for as long as it needs. And I believe they didn't wake up to this idea. It's quite, and public figures, when public figures use non-diplomatic statements, the political establishment doesn't like it. So if they don't like to listen to non-diplomatic statements, please listen to diplomatic statements. And the European and all those Western curators found themselves in hysteria. This publication about the European donors is not a revelation. I know that Berlin has always was always proud of its own contribution in the war in Ukraine. And they called it this contribution for the development purposes, for the development of democracy. So please, they were proud of it. So, otherwise they should recognize that this is the sponsorship of terrorism. Facts are very telling. And otherwise this is especially in the context of irrefutable evidence. In terms of anti-Russia campaign, Russia has not ever concealed its intentions. So let me ask a question. Why are you so afraid of this? It was just a fact. I'm talking about the publication. We just published all those who are engaged in these activities. And so what is interesting, they are providing prizes to anyone giving the floor to Zelensky. That's not the problem. And when they are finding that their companies are among the members who sponsor war in Ukraine, they don't like it. In fact, all those people are afraid of all this because they are feeling that they are a part of this conflict. They are scaring of this fact. They are scaring of being charged of terrorism. We believe that our message was heard there, and hopefully we won't repeat this again. But we are going to repeat in the future if they don't wake up to this idea. Yes, we have a second question. The MP from the Riga parliament said that in Latvia, school children are banned to speak Russian not only in schools but during their free time. Can you make a comment on what is unfolding? I believe that they are Nazis, and that's my comment. The Nazis always banned people on the ethnic grounds to promote culture, history, use language. The Nazis restricted all freedoms on the basis of ethnicity. And not to mention resolutions, violations of resolutions. This is Nazism as it is. When the man is not allowed to enter the room if he has on the grounds of his ethnicity or origin, this is Nazism. When people are denied from sports events due to their origin, this is Nazism, not double standards. Likewise, with the native language, when people are banned to speak their mother tongue, this is Nazism, and no other term and no other language for this. This policy is being prohibited by the Nuremberg Tribunal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And do we have author E? Yes, hello, we have one question today. What is the Russian ministry's views on the transformation of international law when precedent law of the strong starts to replace the universal United Nations norms? Where does Moscow see the point of no return? This is a large-scale philosophical question about the points of return and no return. We regularly say that you must either comply with international law as something obliging, or you go down into chaos. Many see this today as you turn on the TV set or open a newspaper or go outside. We've given examples of all of that. The destruction of legality, destruction of national and supranational law. We saw this in the 1930s, and despite the atrocious events of World War II, we came back to law, and even stronger by creating an entire system of international law led by the United Nations. So now, Let us not talk about the points of return and no return. Let us do everything to inform the global community, this is one of our goals, that we must save international law, develop it. We must say that it requires reform and it is being reformed. However, full rejection or partial segmented rejection of law or manipulation with international law or making up new norms and stories of a certain rule-based world order, this would only result in one thing: chaos, direct clashes and violent conflicts. Thank you. Thank you. Do we have the School of Journalists of Mezentsev under the Central House of Journalism? Yes, hello. How could you comment on the discussion of France and Poland of joint military exercises as part of the French initiative of advanced deterrence? I have mentioned this topic many times today, and we have our principal positions. We will publish the links in the text of the briefing. I can confirm once again that NATO and the European Union activities in the nuclear and military spheres are monitored by us very carefully, including the growing involvement of nominally non-nuclear states from the Western camp. I said today that this is a hit on the NPT and the entire arms control system that used to control the proliferation of nuclear weapons and truly ensured certain guarantees and safeguards in this area. Such actions that you mentioned are provocative and cynical, especially before the 27th of April, the review conference of the NPT. This is an example of aggressive nuclear rhetoric and manipulation in this area, but these are not our actions. This is done by the West. And as far as I know, we have the last online question. Embassy Life, are you with us? Hello. Embassy Life. If Dmitry Peskov, the press secretary of the president, publicly admits that Russia is losing its influence in the CIS, that the key communication platforms are under the control of hostile social media, that Telegram and global platforms are essentially unavailable for official work, then the question is, where should we share our agenda? There is no answer to that. Can we honestly say that many years of foreign information policy of Russia in the digital sphere has failed? And instead of that, we are trying to justify the loss of this influence. Is there any solution for the foreign ministry? Yes, I can respond to your question that you've been formulating for so long. You won't get there. We have always been working and we will keep working on this track. And the fact that our national systems are required, there's no question about it, and there's no doubt. We will keep working in our own national platforms, and we will work using all the opportunities we have to promote our agenda in the digital sphere. So please keep monitoring and keep following us on all the social platforms. And I would like to ask if you have any questions in the audience. I'm here with you as long as you want. Yes, to continue the question from my colleague regarding the tools. You mentioned the Buranova grandmothers. Can they be called a tool of soft power that we mentioned today? How relevant is that today? That is a matter for discussion. As for soft power, there is humanitarian and cultural cooperation, there is cultural influence, there is dialogue of civilizations. And then there is something that has been established and built by the West and called soft power. They don't respect culture. They think culture should be turned into power. They think that culture should become a weapon, a tool. That is not our approach. How can we weaponize Tchaikovsky? They are trying to do the same. They're trying to cancel, to redirect, to use. They act differently at different stages. For example, the BBC. During the Soviet Union, BBC radio was broadcasts on the orthodoxy and Christianity. The British ideologists working for a state-funded corporation and for a state-related company, they had so much care for the Orthodox people in our country, for the religious people. When orthodoxy, Christianity, just like all other religions, started reviving in our country, when temples are rebuilt, new ones are constructed, when conferences are organized, when a great number of programs and specialized TV channels broadcast every day about the problems that are truly relevant to the people, the religious and ideological topics. Look at the policy of the BBC now. They no longer have any shows that would provide platforms for Orthodox clergy or priests. Instead, they have accusations saying that Orthodoxy is harmful or wrong for our country. Is that okay? For them, these are mere tools, mere opportunities of influence, of cancelling, of pushing their interests, of bringing someone to power and then to push them away from power. Tools of destroying someone and so on. This is why the Buranova grandmothers are about culture. They're about traditions. This was a genius way of presenting them to the young audience, a genius move by the producers who turned them into the world stage and promoted them. This is a great combination of culture and careful attitude combined with new technological opportunities which are being used not to take something out of culture and civilizational code and use it against someone. No, instead we are trying to extend and multiply the achievements that we have and make them more affordable to a greater audience. I believe that the question should be formulated differently. This is not soft power to achieve something. This is our culture that we can and must preserve and share it with the entire global community. That is it. See how differently this topic sounds now. Leave soft power to those not developed enough to understand our culture, those who only see it as a tool. We have genuine culture and civilization. We have diversity and traditions. We have sincerity. It doesn't mean that their culture is bad. They also have their pros and they preserve something. That's okay. I'm talking about the ideologists who at a certain point in time started to see culture as a tool. If we say that culture is a tool and that culture has any place, then this is no longer culture. This is something else. This is a degradation of culture. This is a lie. They are lying when they say that this is about culture. Culture is unlimited. Culture is a historical flow. Culture is about traditions. Culture is the epic stories that we have. How can we use ancient history as a tool of soft power? But we need to promote our culture. That is true. We need access to all the global platforms, digital platforms, music streaming platforms. Look how outraged they are from the Venetian Film Festival. They are involved in a fight to death. Look at how they're treating Tchaikovsky and Pushkin. But they'll deal with it, to quote Minister Lavrov. You had more questions? Yes? You're insatiable today. Unstoppable. You're so resilient. Yes, I'm a student of International Relations Studies. The Udmurt State University has Russian foreign students. They study and learn together in a single educational environment. Could we say that this is the way that true people's diplomacy begins? Yes, this is one of the ways. Sometimes people's diplomacy starts even earlier. Public diplomacy can even start in kindergartens. In our embassies we had a great tradition. Not all embassies had their own schools and kindergartens. Some embassies still do, and in the Soviet times embassies had a wonderful tradition when the kids, the children of diplomats from friendly countries could attend schools together with our children. They could all study together in our embassy schools. I had a similar international kindergarten in the embassy in China. Then it was an international class in each school working at the Russian embassy in China. The kindergarten and the school and my class had kids from Mongolia, from Bulgaria, from Poland, and Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, Romania, Cuba. I mentioned Cuba, or did I not? That provided amazing opportunities. Our school treated everyone equally. It was in the 1990s. We didn't have enough textbooks. There was no internet yet, so the textbooks had to be sent from Russia. And our teachers and the director told us that you may use a single textbook together, for example, one book per 2 people, but the foreign kids had to have each one textbook. So that is how we shared with everyone. That is how we built friendship, and we still keep friendship with them. It is only based on our childhood memories. We understood that our country provided us an opportunity to learn as equals without segregation, to get equal knowledge. That is also a great opportunity. Another question, please. Good afternoon. Olga Vitoshkina, Prigorny Vesti. Your activities, Madam Zakharova, require great efforts and responsibility, constant attention and unlimited energy. But we know that you are an author of poetry and songs, someone whose speeches use special language. You have a special way with words. How do you manage to combine such different, but at the same time similar areas of activity? And where do you find the strength, the time and the inspiration for art, given your very busy schedule? Thank you. Thank you very much. I would like to say that doctors, miners, pilots, teachers, engineers, the military servicemen, every day, from generation to generation, they are on the bleeding edge. At the edge of life and death, they fight for the lives of the patients. They fight for the future of their students. They fight for the safety and security of the country or against the enemy. They go down to the bottom of the sea in submarines or go down into mines, risking their lives every second. Why do you think I'm special in this case? We all have our functions, have our duties. I am not doing anything special, And most importantly, I am not alone. I state the materials written by our experts. I give the facts that are assembled and archived and delivered from the archives by our diplomats, by our employees. I consult a great number of amazing specialists, legal experts, country experts. I've been tasked to state all of that, but behind that is the work of hundreds of specialists. Our briefing is watched in the Udmurt Republic and in many countries of the world, some through mobile phones, some listen, some will watch the video on demand later. This is a great achievement of our digital diplomacy. They work 24/7. This is a combination of efforts of a great number of people, like the work of a big orchestra. If someone fails, the mood will be ruined for everyone. We are doing the same thing. We don't try to see who does more or less work. We know that the entire country is concentrated, each on their own track. And the second question regarding where I find this source of inspiration, I think inspiration gives me strength. Sometimes it comes unexpectedly. If I also needed to find extra strength for art, I wouldn't find some. Inspiration is given to me when I go through certain events or experiences, and it gives me the strength to write something, to create something. Thank you for this high evaluation. Thank you very much. Yes, please. Hello, my name is Olga, Udmurt Development Corporation. You mentioned our business missions that took place in December last year to the UAE, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia. Our companies have successfully established companies and reached agreements, but unfortunately they have faced difficulties. Difficulties are as follows. We have a certificate of the Institute of Oil and Gas Initiatives, which has over 230 industry standards. Saudi Arabia and Bahrain have issues with accepting this certificate. Therefore, our companies are faced with difficulties in the supply of oil and gas equipment. Are we expecting any additional efforts in this area in order to preserve international cooperation in oil and gas and in business? Yes, thank you. Please send me the materials and I will send them to those who are involved in the work at expert level. I will ask you to do so. Yes, please. Next question.
Interfax Andrei Sichonok. Happy to see you. Thank you very much for devoting your time and for saying so wonderful words about Udmurtia. 20 years ago, Hugo Chavez, the president of Venezuela, visited Udmurtia, and since then a lot of things happened, and we're seeing that right now the United States are engaging in a dialogue with Venezuela. Does Moscow has such a dialogue with Madam Rodriguez? Of course, yes, we do maintain a dialogue with Venezuela. We have economic projects. We have traditional cooperation in various areas. Large and medium businesses are working in Venezuela. We have political interaction. Of course, we're adjusting our policies due to the illegal kidnapping of Maduro president, but still we have a dialogue and in close cooperation with Venezuela. Are there any other questions? No questions? Yes, thank you very much. I think you are the most strong public audience. 4 hours and a half. I was told that your character is another strong point of your region. Thank you very much for your attention. Now I'm going to the Buranov Babushkas because it was my dream. Thank you very much.